Hi everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Welcome back to the channel.
Welcome to Novels Wonderland, Naruto, Path to Godhood, Chapter 342 to 375, 342, Midnight Shadows and Hidden Mist. 1134 words. Late at night, as the world outside grew quiet, Hayashi changed into his umbu attire, fitted the fox mask, and quietly slipped out of his room alone. His destination was a forest on the northwest edge of the daimyo's estate, where the umbu team assigned to him by the third Hokage was stationed. Up until now, he had never actually served in the umbu. He didn't even know that the Uchiha clan had once considered recruiting him. Yet somehow, he had become part of the umbu Black Ops, and remarkably, he had even been made a squad leader. It was a strange twist of fate, one he still struggled to fully understand. Leaving the city behind, Hayashi traveled west along silent roads. After some time he left the main path, following a narrower trail that led into a dense forest. When he reached the meeting point, he perched on a large tree branch and looked up. On another tree, four umbu operatives appeared, their bodies blending into the shadows as they watched him silently. Kuan, one voice called softly. Lien, another replied. After a brief exchange of identity confirmation, Hayashi took a scroll of appointment from his pouch and, with the precision of throwing a shuriken, sent it flying toward the closest figure. The umbu reached out, caught the paper, scanned it quickly with sharp eyes, then nodded to his companions and relaxed his stance. Hayashi was the first to speak. "May I know your names? Your voices sound familiar." The man laughed heartily. "Seems the old man forgot to inform you. Shinnosu Kanai? It's me. It's been 3 years since we last met, Hayashi. I hope you have been well." The man removed his mask, revealing a rugged face framed by a heavy beard. At that moment, a breeze stirred the leaves and Hayashi lowered his mask as well, revealing a set of bright white teeth beneath. In an underground room below the forest, Shinnosuke gave Hayashi a quick tour of the umbu squad's base. As they walked, Hayashi could not help but ask, "Shinnosuke Kanai, why have you grown such a big beard now? What, is it not good to look a bit more mature?" Shinnosuke replied with a grin. "But you look a bit too ripe, completely overripe," Hayashi teased. Shinnosuke snorted. "What do you know? This is what makes a man manly." "The question is," Hayashi said with a lazy smile, "for whom is your manliness intended?" Silence, then laughter from both of them. After a while, Shinnosuke's expression turned serious. "How has the old man been doing lately?" "He's well," Hayashi replied thoughtfully. "Always busy." "What, aren't you going back to see him?" "I cannot get away right now." "That's just an excuse. I heard you haven't been back for over a year." Shinnosuke sighed. "Go back and get scolded? Uncle Hokage wouldn't mean it that way." "I know, but I really don't want to go back yet. I'm still weak and can hardly help him, and I don't have a partner. I might as well continue training out here for another 2 years." Hayashi considered this but knew deep down his friend wasn't truly weak. It was a matter of perspective. Ahead of him were legends like the Sannin and White Fang, standing as towering figures. Behind him were Himeji and younger students, and above all hovered expectations no one could ignore. Shinnosuke was talented and respected, which was why he had taken on long-term missions away from the village. If he could not succeed, returning to inherit high rank and responsibility back home remained an option. Finally, Shinnosuke asked, "Enough about me. How did you end up becoming one of the 12 guardian ninja?" Hayashi spread his hands casually. "The third Hokage insisted I go. I didn't want to at first." Shinnosuke sneered. "The daimyo still does not trust us, otherwise he would not have formed something like the guardian ninja." "That much is true," Hayashi agreed. "Tell me, how is the Hidden Mist village now? I have heard rumors. All contact with their spies has been lost, and the ninjas sent later have also disappeared," Shinnosuke said gravely. "Since when did this start?" Hayashi asked. Shinnosuke reflected for a moment. "It has been this way since the third Mizukage left the village. He has returned now, but the situation remains unchanged. That is strange, Hayashi muttered. From what I've encountered, the third Mizukage spoke and acted with a gentle air, yet something about this doesn't add up. Another question is, can Umbu identify every spy infiltrating another village? Shinnosuke shook his head firmly. Impossible. Then how did the Hidden Mist village handle such precision intelligence? Hayashi murmured. To achieve such exact infiltration, only one possibility came to mind, that of White Zetsu and other unseen forces manipulated behind the scenes. Could Madara have made a move? Hayashi whispered. He recalled stories of Zabuza Momochi from old missions, the fearsome shinobi of Kirigakure famed as the demon of the hidden mist during its darker days. Kirigakure was infamous for its deadly traditions and ruthless training, earning it a reputation as the village of the bloody mist long before the era of modern conflict. But the third Mizukage had orchestrated trade instability with many nations. Why would something hostile erupt in the shadows? Hayashi pondered deeply, thinking through the timeline and implications. If something happened to the third Mizukage, it would not have occurred within the village, he said softly. And if Madara had acted to control the Hidden Mist village, the battle would not have escaped notice. So that leaves one conclusion: it happened before he returned. His expression hardened as he spoke again, voice calm but resolute. Shinnosuke, was there anything unusual before the third Mizukage left the Land of Fire? Anything at all? Perhaps a disappearance or signs of battle? Shinnosuke shook his head. No, the Hidden Mist team left under full Umbu supervision the entire time. Then were there signs of battle at their last known location? Hayashi pressed. Yes, Shinnosuke answered quietly. Take me there. Hayashi stood at the site, staring at a ground scarred so deeply that the terrain was barely recognizable. The remnants of water-style chakra signatures were etched into the earth like a silent message. He frowned as a cold aura washed over him. It was May, yet by the sea the breeze remained cool, chilling even seasoned veteran shinobi to the bone. Hayashi closed his eyes and exhaled slowly. Let us suspend this investigation for now, he said at last. Shinnosuke, sensing the solemn weight of the moment, nodded in agreement. I just hope it wasn't aimed at me, Shinnosuke said quietly. Hayashi looked up into the dark night sky and could not help but sigh. Chapter 343, The Hidden Mist's Dawn. 914 words. As one of the 5 great hidden villages, Kirigakure is shrouded deep within a mountain range, its name derived from the thick, ever-present mist that never lifts. This persistent fog makes the village difficult to locate, especially for outsiders, and over time it has deeply shaped the lives of those who live within. When the village was first founded by the first Mizukage, many ninjas struggled to adjust to the environment, but eventually they adapted. Still, the dense mist caused all manner of problems, particularly for the directionally challenged, who often wandered in circles looking for visible landmarks. To such lost souls, Kirigakure could feel like a living nightmare. Early visitor guides even warned, those prone to getting lost should travel only with companions, otherwise consequences are your own. Despite the temptations of the land of water's open seas and blue skies, Kirigakure endured because its founder saw strategic value in the remote location. Surrounded by sea and shrouded by mist, the village stood well protected from invasion. Perhaps most importantly, the first Mizukage developed techniques that allowed him to integrate his chakra with the ever-rising fog, enabling Kirigakure ninja to detect intruders through the mist itself. As long as a Mizukage remained within the village, he could monitor threats and maintain security through these unique defenses. Still, every strength has a weakness. The village's isolation sheltered its people from the outside world so thoroughly that many Kirigakure ninja became reluctant to work with outsiders, preferring to remain within the land of water. After the first great ninja war, this insular mindset reached new heights. However, the third Mizukage possessed a broader perspective. While overseeing his village's recovery from conflict, he also sought to make connections beyond its foggy borders, setting the stage for a historic visit to Kanahagakure. Unfortunately, those efforts met trouble. September arrival. Dawn broke over Kirigakure, the mist thicker than ever. Streets that were normally quiet at this hour were now crowded with ninjas streaming toward the Mizukage's office building. Everyone was talking in hushed clusters. Did you hear? Lord Mizukage is injured. That seems unlikely. Among the 5 Kage, he is one of the most formidable. Your source must be mistaken. Then how come he is only appearing now, 4 months after the Chunin exams ended? Come on. Everyone knows Konoha must be behind it. Why jump to that conclusion? If we didn't sit out the Second Great Ninja War and kept our strength intact, others might be jealous. Amid the murmured theories, one even claims someone important had been invited into the Mizukage building and had not emerged. Rumors of collusion with Konohagakure circulated like brush fire. The crowd fell silent as a figure appeared on the rooftop of the Mizukage's office building. It is the Mizukage. At once, every head turned upward. Stepping into view was the third Mizukage himself, ceremonial hat and robe perfectly worn, his complexion healthy with no sign of injury. The plaza erupted in cheers. Even the ninja tasked with maintaining order seemed visibly relieved. 4 months, speculation had run wild, and morale had wavered. Some whispered even that all other Kage had ambushed him, or worse. But now his presence alone brought certainty and hope. I know these months have worried you, the third Mizukage began, his voice steady. After the Chunin exams there were incidents that kept me away. Would you like to know what happened? He asked. Yes, voices rose in unison. The Mizukage nodded, then continued, simply put, ninja attacked me. What? The declaration struck like thunder. Who would dare strike the Mizukage? Don't tell me it was the ninja from Konoha. The Mizukage raised a hand to quiet the crowd. I will not name the attackers. I have captured them. Over the past 100 days I have reflected deeply on my service. Since taking office I have given more than a decade of loyal leadership. Yet within our village, from the council of elders to some clans and even certain ninja, the response has been one of distrust and division. His gaze hardened. Some among us side with outside powers, plotting to weaken Kirigakure from within. They cloak dissent in patriotism, glorify foreign lands, and undermine our traditions. This is corrosive. The crowd listened in stunned silence, and something in the Mizukage's eyes glinted with cold resolve. My journey to Konoha and the attack I suffered have clarified my purpose. Kirigakure must change. The word change rippled through the assembled ninja like a shockwave. Transformation is overdue, he continued. Kirigakure must evolve. We will challenge the council, adjust our institutions, and overhaul our ninja training so we may truly grow strong. In the past, outsiders called us the Village of Mysteries. From now on I want them to know us as the Village of the Bloody Mist, not for fear, but for strength. With that he turned and disappeared from view. After his departure, the crowd slowly dispersed, but the atmosphere in Kirigakure remained heavy as the ever-present mist that cloaked the village. In 2s and 3s, ninja continued to discuss the Mizukage's words. Village of the Bloody Mist, one murmured, imagining bloodshed only for their enemies, never suspecting that most danger would come from within. Support the story by sending Power Stones to unlock bonus chapters. I'd also really appreciate it if you could rate this fanfic. Constructive feedback is always welcome, feel free to share your thoughts. Look up ZPHYR on Patreon to get access to chapters in advance. Chapter 344, Decisions in the Hokage's Office. 894 words. Unlike the tense, misty atmosphere of Kirigakure, Konoha bustled with life. Missions were the lifeblood of the village, and combined with its strategic location, it was clear why Konoha had an edge over other villages. Inside the Hokage's office, the monthly routine meeting was underway. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, set down a document, rubbed his temples, and asked, of the 13 tasks assigned to Root, why are 4 still incomplete today? Danzo remained composed and replied calmly, Root already handles a large number of assignments. Receiving more tasks suddenly isn't too troubling, but they must be done carefully, step by step. Give me a definite answer. I will dispatch teams to complete them immediately, but... Danzo narrowed his eyes. If I do, Root will be entirely occupied. In the end, Root still bears responsibility for protecting Konoha. Should anything go wrong, I, as Root's leader, will be accountable. Hiruzen, what do you think? You want to expand Root? The third Hokage stared sharply. That is correct, Danzo replied, unfazed. Root was originally meant to cultivate talent for the Anbu. Now that it's understaffed, unless we expand significantly, are we going to rely on the Ninetales Jinchuriki to protect the village in the future? Why not? The Ninetales is incredibly powerful. If Kushina can control it, what harm would it do to entrust her with the village's protection? Danzo's expression darkened. Don't speak such platitudes here. Even Mito-sama, who was exceptionally capable, never mastered the Ninetales' power. Don't think I don't understand your thoughts, Hiruzen said expressionlessly. You want the Ninetales to gain merit through the barrier team and then be freed from obligations to the village. Is that true, Hiruzen? Hamura Mitokado asked from the side. The third Hokage didn't respond directly, only noting, you still resent that I allowed Kushina to serve on the barrier team. This was Mito-sama's request before her passing, and Kushina has the ability to fulfill it. The Ninetales must be controlled, not let loose. It's only been a few years since the Cloud Village kidnapping incident. Danzo sneered. I will decide this matter myself, Hiruzen said, glancing at Danzo. I agree to Root's expansion, but with one condition. What condition? You must not target children from major clans. Then where do I find talented youth to train? Danzo asked. After the Second Shinobi World War, countless civilian orphans remain. You may absorb them into Root. Danzo hesitated, then nodded slowly. There is also one more matter, recall all ninjas sent to Kirigakure. Don't let them die in vain. Danzo looked surprised. What news have you received? His surveillance of Kirigakure had increased since the third Mizukige's visit, yet the situation remained unclear. Hiruzen's intelligence was impressively thorough. The Mizukige may have been attacked. Hiruzen produced a sealed letter and passed it around. Danzo shook his head first. Based solely on battle traces, you think the third Mizukige was attacked? Uchiha Fugaku's son, how naive. Koharu Utatane, who had been silent, smiled gently. Hayashi's analysis makes sense. Kirigakure's lockdown indicates that something significant is occurring. Hamura Mitokado agreed. The Mizukige's unusual measures suggest an internal threat. Perhaps one of his own ninja carried out a major purge. Whatever is happening in Kirigakure, suspend all exploration missions there. Do not accept assignments in the Land of Water. Eventually, the village will reach out, and the truth will emerge, Hiruzen concluded decisively. Danzo asked, and what of Uchiha Fugaku's son? Uchiha Fugaku? Hiruzen replied in surprise. What of him? Uchiha-san assigned an S-rank mission to his son. Not to the Land of Water, I hope? Not exactly, Danzo clarified. It's the Land of Rainbows. Hiruzen frowned. Why such a distant location? The Land of Rainbows was one of the most remote areas in the shinobi world. Travel by boat could take half a year. If the location weren't extreme, the mission wouldn't rank so high, Danzo said. Everyone fell silent, realizing the mission was deliberately designed for Fugaku. At 19, recently promoted to Jonin, his prestige had suffered due to last year's incident. As the future clan head and head of the military police force, he needed to rebuild his reputation. A high-level mission would restore it. Completing an S-rank task independently at his age was impressive, yet these missions carried high risk. The Land of Rainbows, remote and dangerous, could even hold creatures capable of killing experienced ninja. Uchiha-san had requested Danzo's help in finding this mission, balancing prestige with safety. However, unforeseen events in Kirigakure now intersected with Fugaku's path, as travel through the Land of Water for supplies was unavoidable. Hiruzen sighed. Has Fugaku departed? Yes. Then let it be. Passing through the Land of Water is routine. Nothing should occur. Hamura Mitokado smiled. A father who guides his son well makes all the difference. Hiruzen, what of Shinnosuke? Has he returned? Hiruzen gave a wry smile. No, he refuses to come back. Koharu asked, and Biwako? She's been admitted to the hospital. Delivery is imminent. Have you decided on a name? Asuma sounds fitting, though Naruto, as Jiraiya suggested, is also appealing. Hiruzen rolled his eyes. Let him choose for his own child. Standing, he looked at the setting sun and muttered, I don't know where Jiraiya and Tsunade are, how they are faring, and they haven't even sent a letter to this old man. Chapter 345, The Gambling Night Escapade. 1,134 words. Around 10 o'clock at night, Jiraiya stood amid the crowd in the casino. Watching his chips dwindle, his eyelids twitched increasingly with frustration. Tonight, he finally understood the meaning of gambling skill. In just 20 short minutes, Tsunade's bets hadn't missed once, skillfully avoiding every correct number. From 1 million Ryo in chips, only the last 5,000 remained. Seeing Tsunade, refusing to trust bad luck, about to bet on big again, Jiraiya lunged forward, pushing her chips on the small. Tsunade, this is our last 5,000 Ryo. If we lose this, we might not even have enough to eat later. Trust me, bet on small. Tsunade smiled, patting his shoulder confidently. It's been small 7 times in a row, it has to be big this time. I'm sure this is our chance. Trust me, I'm a professional. Jiraiya stared blankly at her cheerful expression, speechless. When she flicked her fingers to move the chips back to big, he abruptly turned and left. Reaching a deserted corner, Jiraiya quickly used transformation jutsu, changing into a man in his 40s. He scanned the area to ensure no one watched, then reached into his pants. Not only had Tsunade spent all her own savings, but even the wife fund he had saved for years was nearly gone. The money hidden in his underwear lining was his last bit of savings. After transforming, he exchanged the final money for chips, hurried to the table, and just before the dealer revealed the cup, bet everything on 7 points. Please, let this work. His thoughts scrambled, but the dealer announced 1, 2, 4, 7 points, small. A pile of chips was pushed toward Jiraiya. He almost laughed aloud, but seeing Tsunade's murderous glare, he quickly lowered his head. It would be terrible if she saw through my transformation jutsu, he muttered. Just as he prepared to leave with the chips, a voice chilled his heart. Boss, do you offer usury here? I'd like to borrow $1 million. Around midnight, Tsunade exited the casino, clearly displeased. She had lost heavily again, and a man in his 40s had been watching her the entire time. More frustratingly, he had followed her and consistently bet opposite her, causing the whole casino to mirror his bets. Tonight, she not only lost Jiraiya's million Ryo but also the 2 million she had borrowed. I can't stay here. I need to hurry and escape with Kana and Yukushi Nono. I wonder where that scoundrel Jiraiya went. Just then, a familiar, wretchedly smiling face appeared in the corner. Seeing Jiraiya beaming, Tsunade's anger flared. Where have you been? Nowhere special, Jiraiya replied cheerfully. I just went to soak in a hot spring and accidentally fell asleep. Is that so? Tsunade eyed him suspiciously. Then what's that bulge in your pocket? It's nothing. Jiraiya tugged at his coat, chuckling. I saw a bookstore selling my books, so I bought one. TCH, just some smutty books, Tsunade snorted, taking the lead toward the inn. As they walked through the brightly lit streets, Jiraiya, in high spirits, asked, I wonder if Kana and Nono are asleep yet. They've been busy all day. Of course they're asleep. Why are you asking? Nothing. Jiraiya looked at the moon with feigned melancholy. I just thought of the old man and Orochimaru. I wonder how they're doing. Tsunade, the night is long, and neither of us can sleep. Why not come to my room? We can have some wine and practice a foreign language together. I'm proficient in several. Before he could finish, Tsunade swung a fist the size of a sandbag. Jiraiya ducked just in time. If you won't come, you won't come. Why the violence? If you do this again, it won't just be fists next time, she warned. Acting like I'm afraid of you, Jiraiya muttered under his breath. They walked for a while longer before he asked again, Tsunade, when are you going gambling next? Let me know. She frowned. Didn't you oppose me going before? Jiraiya smiled sheepishly. That was before. Now I understand everyone has their interests. Like Orochimaru, like me, go ahead boldly. We've lost all our money, so we're counting on your comeback. Borrow some usury tomorrow morning, don't worry. Tsunade gave him a strange, knowing smile after a pause. That's what you said. Jiraiya patted his bulging pocket confidently, unaware of her scheme. They parted ways at a street corner. Once in his room, Jiraiya removed his coat and pulled out the nearly bursting wallet. I almost got caught. I need a new hiding place so Tsunade doesn't find it. Quickly, he placed the wallet inside a scroll, then summoned a toad to store the scroll in its stomach. Satisfied, he finally lay down on the tatami, but his mind raced. With Tsunade losing money at this rate, if I bet opposite her daily, I could break even. Maybe even make a fortune. A smile spread, but unease crept in. Tsunade didn't see through it, right? Her smile was too eerie. I can't stay here long, debt collectors will find me sooner or later. He rolled over, preparing to pack his things. A knock at the door interrupted him. Could it be Tsunade, wanting to practice foreign languages, he wondered. He opened the door, and his grin vanished. Standing there was not Tsunade, but a woman with wavy black hair, wearing a white top and rose-colored skirt. So beautiful, Jiraiya thought. Recovering, he leaned against the door, tossing his hair. Young lady, are you lost? The woman smiled professionally. May I ask if someone here requested a special service? Jiraiya's eyes widened, but he shook his head, thinking of Tsunade nearby. Miss, you must be mistaken. I didn't call anyone. I'm a decent man. Oh? I remembered wrong. The lady said she wanted to learn a foreign language from a white-haired man. That's you, right? Don't worry, I'm eager to learn. Which language do you know? We can spend the evening. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed. TCH, Tsunade is using such a trick to test me? He shook his head, resolute. Please leave. I won't teach you any languages. The woman refused to leave. Jiraiya hesitated, attacking her wrist, defending Tsunade. I'll have to use force, he thought. Suddenly, commotion erupted outside. Samurai carrying short swords rushed over. Are you Jiraiya? It's me. What's wrong? Jiraiya replied cautiously. You are companions of Tsunade. She borrowed 5 million ryo from several casinos and vanished. About this money. Jiraiya felt a chill. Tsunade had escaped ahead, leaving behind a debt of 7 million ryo. Tsunade, damn you! If I ever catch you, I'll kill you. If you want to read more, there are up to 80 chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/F. Chapter 346, The Daimyo's Dilemma. 948 words. Being a ninja means constantly being on the move. Hayashi had accepted this fact long before graduating from the Ninja Academy. Even in the unfamiliar halls of the daimyo's mansion, he adapted quickly. Yet, being a bodyguard in someone else's household differed from being a ninja in the village. There, one had freedom and could ignore what others thought. Here, everyone watched carefully, though no one dared show disrespect to a leaf ninja of his reputation. Only the daimyo's preferential treatment caused minor resentment among the other guardian ninjas. Hayashi saw it all but paid no mind. The mansion was only a temporary post, and he had no reason to fuss over fleeting acquaintances or the bows of surrounding ninjas. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he had organized a team of 4, himself, Jiku from the Fire Temple, Makoto, and Himeji. Their duty was simple: protect the daimyo. Occasionally, they assisted with mansion security, but anything beyond that was the Leaf Village's responsibility, and everyone knew it. Days passed in a calm routine. Hayashi trained or patrolled leisurely. The hidden mist village remained untouched after his initial contact with Shinosuke. Whether Madara was plotting against him or not, Hayashi had resolved to stay at the mansion, denying any opportunities for schemes. If he sensed trouble, he would immediately take Makoto and Himeji and return to the Leaf Village. He had no desire to become the next Obito. In October, marigolds bloomed vibrantly across the city, and a mysterious note appeared on Hayashi's desk. Picking it up, he read two hastily written words. "Save me." Despite the shaky handwriting, he recognized Oda Ichiko's script instantly. Hayashi recalled the rumor circulating recently: the Oda clan planned a marriage alliance with the Ase clan. The intended bride? Oda Ichiko herself. Ichiko, eldest daughter of the Oda clan, had reached marriageable age. Many families coveted her, but her beauty and status alone made her a prize. Eventually, her father, Oda Nobuhide, arranged for her to marry Ase Hisamasa, a match seen as equal among noble families. Yet Ichiko, who carried a long sword and walked like a samurai but had never struck anyone, despised the idea. A forced marriage to a man she barely knew filled her with dread. Hayashi crumpled the note and tossed it aside. What does this have to do with me? He recalled that Tamako, the daimyo's daughter, occasionally visited him, and Ichiko had joined sometimes. They were acquainted, but not enough to justify interfering. Any attempt to rescue her could spark a political scandal affecting his career. Tsukumo's happiness aside, he wasn't about to cause chaos. Time passed. One evening at the end of October, after finishing a patrol with Makoto, Himeji, and Jiku, Hayashi returned to his room. Just as he was about to remove his windbreaker and bathe, a knock sounded at the door. Opening it, he found Ichiko herself, looking unusually distressed. Unlike her usual self, she carried no sword and wore a formal kimono adorned with a gold hair ornament. Her samurai bodyguards followed closely behind. "Well," she said, forcing a smile, "I'm getting married next month. These invitations are for you. As distinguished guests of the Leaf, you must attend." Hayashi returned a polite smile. "Congratulations, and may you have a happy life." Ichiko glared at him, irritation written across her face. Hayashi, unfazed, remained calm. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. "Hurry, someone! Help!" Her expression changed instantly. "That's Princess Tamako's voice." "Protect her," she commanded her attendants. The four men hesitated. "I'll stay here," Ichiko snapped. Her determination compelled them, and they rushed toward the danger. Watching them leave, Hayashi's eyes narrowed with amusement. "Sister Ichiko, if you want to escape, go ahead. I'll pretend I didn't see anything. Don't waste Tamako's opportunity." She fumed. "There isn't enough time to get out of the main gate. Why didn't you respond to my letter delivered by Tamako?" Hayashi feigned ignorance. "What letter?" "You." Ichiko's frustration made her chest heave. She clenched her fist, forcing a calm smile. "We're friends, right? My lady, spare me. If you want to elope, just go. Why involve me? I want to go to the Leaf." Hayashi raised an eyebrow. "What do you expect me to do? With your status, Uncle Hokage can't just take you in." "But you're still here," Ichiko protested. "And what good would I be?" Ichiko clasped her hands and pleaded, "This is about my future happiness. Only you can help me." Hayashi sighed, covering his forehead. "You've lived here so long and still can't find help?" She shook her head, feigning despair. "My father has ensured no one will." "You only surround yourself with trouble," Hayashi muttered. "Still, fine. Only I can help, it seems." "How?" Ichiko smiled slyly. "My father has been monitoring me closely. I need 4 attendants to follow me when I go out. If you impersonate me, you can create a few days' window to escape." Hayashi's face turned pale. "You want me to wear women's clothes? And what does it matter?" Ichiko replied. "No one will notice. Besides, why are you so sensitive about women's clothing? I'm not, he stammered. Ichiko's mischievous grin widened. I heard men who are sensitive to women's clothing secretly like it. Should I buy you a few sets to thank you? Get lost. Hayashi barked, exasperated. The attendants returned, and he asked his final question. If you go to the Leaf and Brother Tsukumo refuses to accept you? Ichiko's expression hardened. Then I'll live there by myself. I just need to escape this cage. Hayashi had no more questions. Perhaps it was finally time for the honest man's spring. Chapter 347, Farewell to the Land of Rainbows. 974 words. The disappearance of the Oda family's young lady became the biggest news at the end of the 33rd year in Konoha. Overnight, hundreds of samurai and ronin were mobilized, rushing in all directions to capture the woman bold enough to elope. No one expected that Oda Ichiko had already fled to Konoha 3 days earlier, under the cover of Makoto and Himeji. What remained in her room was nothing more than a puppet, a shadow clone of Hayashi. Naturally, Oda Nobuhide requested that the daimyo send the guardian ninja 12 to help capture his audacious daughter. Unfortunately, without a ninja skilled in advanced tracking, the team returned empty-handed. Hayashi, being directly involved, only sent a letter to the third Hokage and Tsukumo, then stopped paying further attention. After all, she had already left, and protecting her safety fell on Tsukumo, whether he liked it or not. As some left, others inevitably arrived. That evening, after completing his mission, Hayashi was summoned to the hall and was surprised to see Fugaku seated comfortably in a chair, exchanging pleasantries with the daimyo. The moment Hayashi entered, the daimyo stood, smiling. I won't disturb you further. You may continue your conversation. I'll prepare a banquet tonight, and you must honor me with your presence. Once the daimyo left, Hayashi turned to Fugaku. Fugaku Aniki, what brings you here? Fugaku smiled gently. I was passing by and wanted to see you. Knowing you're doing well reassures me. The two walked outside together. November winds swept across the land, and goosefeather snow rustled underfoot. Only when they reached a pavilion by the frozen lake did they sit facing one another. Fugaku gazed at the lake's thin icy layer. The view from Tenshukaku is still beautiful. Have you been here before? Yes. During those 2 years without Sunagakure ninjas, we stayed at Tenshukaku every day. It could get quite dull. Isn't this more interesting than village life? Hayashi chuckled wryly. It's not exactly as lively as the village. Then why did you become a guardian ninja? I didn't want to, the daimyo requested it, Hayashi replied evasively. Fugaku sighed. I was hoping you'd join the military police force. We could have served together, with you as captain. Hayashi narrowed his eyes, smiling. That won't do. You're the young clan leader. Fugaku accepted the gentle refusal but shifted to another topic. When I entered the daimyo's mansion, I noticed the guards were unusually strict. What's going on? The young lady of the Oda family disappeared. Hayashi replied, then paused, surprised. Did you encounter her? Fugaku nodded. Yes, on the road. I recognized her faintly. Is she heading to Konoha? Hayashi exhaled. Since she had been seen, there was nothing to hide, word would get out eventually. This could escalate, Fugaku said, frowning. Handled poorly, it could affect relations between Konoha and the daimyo. Hayashi casually formed a snowball with his hands, squeezing it, and said, it's fine. The Hataki clan may be small, but it's respected. With Tsukumo-senpai's strength, the Oda family won't be forced into the marriage. At worst, we'll upset the Ase clan, which isn't critical. Fugaku's thoughts drifted to the future fourth Hokage selection. Compared to Orochimaru, Tsukumo lacked an influential teacher, yet his war contributions were greater. With the daimyo's backing, Tsukumo could surpass Orochimaru. Feeling a mix of amusement and concern, Fugaku retrieved a sealed scroll from his pouch. It contained bottles of sake. Hayashi's eyelids twitched. I expected a ninjutsu technique. What is this? Fugaku grinned. The night you left, you were drunk beyond belief. The village still remembers Konoha's lightning flash loves his drink, so I brought you some. If anyone brings up that night again, I'll lose it, Hayashi muttered. Just a sip, consider it a farewell gift, Fugaku said, opening a bottle. Hayashi took it and asked, what are your plans? I accepted a mission to the Land of Rainbows, Fugaku replied, gulping. Hayashi froze slightly. That far? Yeah. A year to go back and forth. By the time I return, you might already be back in Konoha. Then why go alone? Fugaku laughed, if I can't manage a mission like this alone, how will I lead the Uchiha clan someday? He drank again, shook the bottle, and laughed, I'm already at the bottom. Why aren't you drinking? Hayashi chuckled. At the bottom? There's clearly half left. Can't hold your liquor? Fugaku shook his head. Not that. I'm just reluctant to finish it. This journey will take over a year, and I've brought many Konoha specialties. I must ration them. I didn't realize leaving the village would weigh so heavily on you. Of course. During the Second Shinobi World War, we could occasionally return when stationed here. This time, I'll spend the entire mission at sea. He sighed, you might not believe it, but I was nervous before leaving. Never have I been alone on such a difficult mission. Before, clan ninjas always protected me. The worst loss I suffered was during the mission against the Suna negotiators, when I went temporarily blind. I gritted my teeth and persevered, and since then, I've wanted to perform missions on my own. Hayashi was silent for a moment, then threw a snowball into the distance. Do you think the village or the clan is more important? Fugaku picked up the bottle, laughing. Both are important. And if the day comes when you must choose? How could such a day exist? Hayashi stared at the lake calmly. I hope it never comes. Fugaku remained silent for a while. Tatsumi, I buried a few jars of wine in the courtyard. When we both return to Konoha, let's drink like this again. Agreed. Let's not go home until we're truly drunk. If you want to read more, there are up to 80 chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/F. Chapter 348, Rain and Shadows. 907 words. The dense forest was drenched in heavy rain, the sky gray like a thick veil over everything. Countless raindrops, the size of beans, formed a curtain, beating against the trees and snapping fragile branches and leaves. Bone-chilling wind pierced through clothes, seeping deep into the bones. Hurry up! Are you looking for death? Stop dawdling. If we don't reach the destination tonight, none of you will eat. The ferocious escort samurai shouted hoarsely, whipping leather to drive the laborers forward. Along the forest's main road, a convoy of hundreds of ragged laborers pulled wooden carts by hand. Covered with canvas, the contents were unknown, but deep ruts in the mud showed they carried heavy loads. The rain slicked the path, yet the laborers pressed on, step by step. Fewer than 10 escort samurai accompanied them, a small squad clad in straw raincoats and hats. They braved the storm lightly, merely watching the laborers struggle under the weight of their burdens. The overloaded carts groaned, creaking ominously as their ruts disappeared into the misty rain ahead. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the road, clad in a raincoat and hat, observing the retreating convoy. It was Uchiha Fugaku. After 6 months of overseas travel, he had finally arrived in the Land of Rainbows in the 34th year of Konoha, May. The journey had been perilous. While docked in the Land of Water, he rescued a boy and narrowly avoided losing an arm to a monstrous sea creature. Clearly, coastal sea-king creatures were not to be underestimated. Fortunately, he had reached his destination safely. The Land of Rainbows was one of the most remote regions in the ninja world, surviving largely on fishing. 2 years ago, a mine was discovered on Fog Mountain, bringing hope for growth. But the nation lacked mining expertise and had to sell the mining rights to a merchant named Imu. Assassinating Imu was Fugaku's mission. 3 days later, in a small, cramped room, a short, thin, middle-aged man in tattered clothes stared out at the rain. He was Fugaku, who had disguised himself by knocking out a local worker and assuming his appearance. The man was simple, spoke little, and drew no suspicion. "Hey brother, what are you looking at?" Fugaku turned to see a sharp-eared, bright-eyed youth grinning at him. The boy was a miner too, sent by his poor family to earn a living, chattering constantly. Fugaku learned much from him without replying. "Just watching the rain. It's been falling for a month, and no one knows when it will stop. Who can blame it? Boats can't sail in this weather. My family lives off the little I bring home. This damn sky is trying to kill us," the youth cursed. Fugaku silently muttered, "Damn it, that cursed sky," but did not speak aloud. The youth sat beside him on the rickety bed made from old doors, creaking under his weight. "Brother, I heard there's a far-off country even worse than ours rain all year." "Did you know?" Fugaku feigned surprise. "Never heard of it." "Who told you?" "The big bearded fish seller at the harbor. He travels with a fleet," the youth said proudly. Fugaku stayed silent, but the youth didn't feel awkward. He knew this man rarely spoke, and now he had learned much in silence. "Brother, have you ever thought about seeing the world?" Fugaku shook his head. "No. You're settled now, so you're steadier, but I'm not. I want to see the world before I die." "The outside isn't always as wonderful as you imagine," Fugaku replied, recalling the countless civilians lost during the two ninja world wars. "That's still better than staying here forever. I can already picture life at 40. Sorry, I'm not talking about you. What about your family? Don't you have 2 younger sisters?" "Exactly. Because of them, I have to try. Otherwise, I can't even buy them decent clothes." Fugaku fell silent, reflecting on the youth's determination. The boy fetched 2 worn bowls, filled them with tea, and handed one to Fugaku. "Here's to leaving soon. No wine, just tea. If I become wealthy, I won't forget you, brother." Fugaku didn't mock him. He silently remembered the civilian ninjas back in Konoha. As clan chief, he rarely interacted with them, but the youth's words reminded him of their struggles. It probably isn't easy for them to become ninjas, he thought. The bowls clinked as Fugaku drained his cup and stood. "Brother, where are you going?" "To the latrine." "Be right back," he replied, stepping into the rain. The Fog Mountain camp was massive, divided into 3 zones. The northern section, half the camp, held mining and smelting operations with rows of wooden huts housing thousands of laborers. Most lived in the mine itself, lives deemed cheap, tunnel collapses were common and ignored. The southern section housed a few hundred private soldiers under Imu. At the core of the southern area stood a mansion, home to Imu's elite samurai and ninja guards. Fugaku, claiming to go to the latrine, had climbed a tree overlooking the mansion. He prepared a hand seal as rain poured. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted in the northern mine. "The mine's exploding. Help! Someone, quick!" As the guards rushed to save the laborers, Fugaku drew a kunai. "If this mission succeeds, I'll take that youth with me to the land of fire," he thought, then used body flicker technique to dash toward the mansion. Chapter 349, The Falcon. 796 words. Heavy rain fell like spilled ink, hitting the uneven ground and sending countless ripples outward. On a tall black pine far away, a crow let out a piercing cry. Inside the mansion, Fugaku slowed his steps. Repeatedly bypassing sentries and patrols, he took a winding, circuitous route that lasted 5 minutes, finally arriving at the core courtyard. This place was less than 200 meters from Imu's bedroom. Suddenly, over 10 figures darted forward. Burly men clad in samurai attire, each wielding a long katana infused with chakra. Lightning release, lightning current. Fugaku formed the necessary hand seals, and surging currents of lightning, like serpents of electricity, struck the attacking samurai. Their screams filled the air as their encirclement shattered. Some samurai were strong, but most were inexperienced. They knew only how to infuse chakra into weapons to sharpen them or into limbs to enhance strength and agility. Poor swordsmanship made them easier targets than ordinary ninja. Screams rose and then fell silent. Empowered by the lightning release, Fugaku moved with blinding speed, striking before the samurai could even register his presence. The technique did not kill, but it rendered the struck unconscious. Seeing their comrades felled by one person, the remaining samurai trembled in fear, their bodies shaking uncontrollably as they retreated. Fugaku seized the moment, smashed through a window, and entered the second-floor room. Imu, startled awake by the earlier explosion, held a naked woman in his arms, trying to comfort her. The woman wept beautifully, evoking pity. Before Imu could react further, a shadow appeared at the head of the bed. Fugaku wasted no time, plunging a chilling kunai into Imu's forehead. Ah! The woman shrieked in terror. Fugaku ignored her cries. Hearing footsteps from the stairs, he turned just as chakra erupted from the adjacent room. A water release technique tore through the wooden wall, striking directly at him. Fire release, flame bullet. Fugaku leaned back slightly, sending a 3-meter flame surging toward the water release. The two forces collided violently, filling the room with thick white mist. Taking advantage of the chaos, Fugaku stomped his foot, launched himself through the window, and moved like a dragonfly skimming the water. He leaped 3 times in succession before vanishing into the night. A thin-faced middle-aged ninja emerged from the smoke, inspecting the scene. He did not pursue Fugaku. Instead, he looked at Imu's lifeless body inside. 2 years ago, the third Mizukichi had assigned him to protect this merchant. Everything had gone smoothly until now. Unexpectedly, the mission had failed. Imu had secretly been supported by the Hidden Mist village, mining minerals abroad and shipping them home covertly. Only a few knew of this operation. "Lord Yamaki, what should we do?" a group of samurai asked, kneeling in the ruined room. "It's fine. He won't escape. Gather everyone and seal the gates," Yamaki commanded. Soon, chaos erupted across the camp. Firelight illuminated dark areas, and shouts filled the air. Yamaki cut his palm, forming hand seals, and pressed it to the ground. Cursed seal patterns spread outward. Summoning jutsu, mist bird. White smoke dispersed as a red falcon appeared. It screeched and darted from the window, a summoned ninja beast with exceptional eyesight. Even from 1,000 meters, it could spot hidden targets. "No matter who you are, you won't escape," Yamaki said coldly, flicking a shuriken that pinned the crying woman to the bed. Meanwhile, Fugaku raced along the predetermined route. Large groups of soldiers carrying torches flooded into the forest, reducing hiding spots. Forests were naturally good for concealment at night, but a large-scale search was underway. Originally, Fugaku had planned to use transformation jutsu to hide among the soldiers during the chaos, but enemy sensor ninjas blocked the route entirely. He used body flicker technique again, appearing inside a dark warehouse behind the barracks. The warehouse, filled with supplies, had not yet been searched. He was temporarily safe. Peering out the window, the forest was lit by firelight. He considered his escape. A falcon's cry pierced the night. Fugaku looked up, spotting the summoned bird staring directly at him. Others might not recognize it, but as a member of a prominent clan, he immediately knew the threat. He could not shoot down a flying summoned beast from that height. "What now?" he muttered, forming hand seals once more. The explosive tag he had set earlier detonated, roaring loudly. The noise drew the samurai and genin's attention, though it wouldn't distract the jonin-level opponents. It created an opening. Fugaku knew he could defeat or severely wound the enemy, making his escape much easier. "In that case, don't blame me for being impolite," he murmured, vanishing into the shadows. Look up _Zeph on Patreon to get access to chapters in advance. Chapter 350, The Hunter Becomes the Hunted. 1,132 words. The pitch-black night was blanketed by sheets of rain. High above, a falcon glided through storm winds, its sharp eyes tracking every movement below. Riding this falcon, Hayashi trailed his target from afar, descending into the ruins of an abandoned mine. He knew his opponent's intent, this was a trap. Yet Hayashi had no intention of retreating. 2 years under the oppressive reign of the Land of Rainbows had worn him down. He craved a real fight, one that tested his limits. So if this ninja sought to lure him here, Fine, Hayashi was ready. His gratitude for the fight was simple, he wanted to test himself. But when it ended, he planned to sever this ninja's head and leave. Since you've already chosen your own graveyard, I won't hold back, Hayashi murmured, his voice low and steady. With renewed speed, he closed the distance. When his feet struck the cavern floor, he spun on the balls of his feet, his hand brushing his waist as he drew his tachi and struck. Sparks erupted as steel met steel with deafening force. Hayashi stepped back, then lashed out with a thunderous whip kick. His leg collided with the other ninja's guard. The man crossed his arms to block, yet the impact dragged him skidding across the rocky floor for several meters. Hayashi remained poised, a mocking smile pulling at his lips. Not running anymore? The other ninja shook the dust from his clothes, returning a slight grin. Running was never the plan. Oh? Yet you baited me. The man's lips curled in a cold snort. Then, in a flash, he vaulted into the air, soaring above Hayashi and descending with lightning speed, a kunai held tightly in his grasp. Hayashi didn't flinch. Without turning to look, he lifted his blade toward the sky, meeting the strike. The clash vibrated through the ground, cracking stone beneath Hayashi's feet. Still, he stood firm as the other ninja was thrown back. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet, the attacker spat, forming hand seals mid-air and spewing a burning torrent of fire more than 10 meters long. Hayashi inhaled deeply and exhaled, shaping his chakra. Wind release, gale shield. A razor-sharp wind current erupted before him, an invisible barricade slicing through the onrushing inferno. On one side, fire roared and leapt, on the other, the wind held strong, forcing the flames to crash upward as if striking an unseen barrier. The two releases shattered together in a blast that pulverized rock and sent shards raining. Hayashi vanished in a blur, reappearing right in front of his foe with a movement as swift as lightning. Both of the other ninjas' hands flicked, conjuring a pair of kunai hurled toward him. Hayashi flipped back like water in motion, his palm pressing lightly against his opponent's shoulder as he twisted in mid-air. With that momentum, he launched a kick. The other ninja crossed his arms and braced, but even so, he was driven backward more than 10 meters. When he finally came to a stop, chest heaving, he was on one knee, pain painting his features. Webbing between his thumbs was torn and his body was streaked with blood. Hayashi wasn't untouched either. His black shinobi attire was shredded nearly beyond recognition, and scorch marks marred his exposed skin. Heaving his tachi, he glanced at this young but undeniably powerful opponent with a faint, puzzled frown. What was this kid's background? Hayashi had expected traps, ambushes, hidden techniques, standard fare. But this strength, this unpredictable combat style. Nothing about it matched any known village markings or clan secret techniques. Before he could mull further, the other ninja blinked back into existence behind him, a kunai crackling with lightning chakra aimed straight at his back. Hayashi didn't react in time. The blade buried itself deep between his shoulders. But rather than cry out, Hayashi's head twisted unnaturally, rotating a full 180 degrees so that his eyes stared directly at his attacker. I already expected you would try a surprise strike, he said, voice low and edged with mockery, his gaze unmoving. The wound should have crippled him. Instead, his body seemed less harmed than it appeared. The blood at the corner of his mouth expelled not from weakness but as a distraction meant to draw his opponent's attention. Then something changed. Hayashi's shape blurred, his form distorting as longer nails and jagged fangs emerged, flesh rippling until the shinobi before him looked less like a man and more like a furious specter from a nightmare. He lunged with a brutal roar, jaws snapping toward the other ninja. For a moment, even the rain seemed to still. Then the attacker stood firm, composed, calm. You do know, he said slowly, unwavering, very few dare to use illusionary techniques against someone from the Uchiha clan. I suppose I should commend your courage, or question your sense of self-preservation. Before Hayashi's transformed maw could close the final gap, the other ninja's Sharingan eyes, crimson with 3 tomo, locked onto him like a magnet drawing steel. Hayashi's attack froze mid-lunge. Everything changed in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the illusion collapsed like shattered glass. Hayashi gasped, his wide eyes watching events dissolve and replay anew before him. Now he saw it exactly as it had happened. The Uchiha had struck him directly in the chest with a kunai, piercing his heart. Blood spilled as disbelief flickered across his face. The attacker Uchiha Fugaku watched, his deep crimson Sharingan burning. Hayashi opened his mouth but only a gurgled sound emerged, his vision blurred. Then Fugaku twisted the kunai. A jolt of searing pain shot up Hayashi's spine as blood surged into his throat, choking off his voice. Still, a faint smile curled on Hayashi's lips. "That's why your expression was strange earlier," he whispered with ragged breath. "You saw through my illusion and used it against me without my noticing. To fall to an Uchiha. It's no dishonor." Thoughts like these never left his mouth, they faded with his strength as his body crumpled. Fugaku let out a long breath, then swallowed several restorative pills before binding Hayashi's severed head into a scroll. Only then did he rise. With Hayashi gone, no force in this forsaken village could stop him from departing. At last, Fugaku murmured, tightening the scroll, "I can return to Kanahagakure." 30 minutes later. 7 figures tore across the rocky terrain from the west. They moved with urgency and precision. Each of them carried a massive sword strapped to their backs, massive weapons that seemed almost too heavy to justify. And none of them were known to Fugaku. Their appearance was unexpected and potentially dangerous. Chapter 351, Port of Blood. 1086 words. There was a port along the coastline. This port served as the only gateway for foreign trade in the land of rainbows. Cargo ships came and went day and night, carrying goods to distant nations and returning with supplies the country itself could not produce. Within the busiest district of the port stood a modest restaurant, its windows glowing faintly as dusk settled. Inside, Fugaku sat by the window. 2 servings of fish and sauce, and a bowl of sashimi, he said calmly, handing the menu back to the waiter before turning his gaze outside. Night was approaching, and the port was alive with noise and motion. Every corner of the street told a different story. Elderly beggars knelt at intersections, foreheads pressed to the ground as they begged for scraps of mercy. Filthy children chased one another through puddles, laughter echoing despite their hunger. Merchants with weary eyes hurried past, clutching goods close to their chests. Samurai with heavy blades drank loudly, voices rising above the din. Women bargained fiercely at vegetable stalls, while drunken men stumbled into strangers and sparked pointless fights. It was chaos, but it was human. A hesitant voice pulled Fugaku from his thoughts. "Are you really Uncle Ientu's friend?" The youth stood stiffly beside the table, posture tense. Ientu had been the identity Fugaku used during his mission. This boy was someone he had pulled out of danger during the aftermath. Fugaku did not turn his head. "You said you wanted to leave the land of rainbows." "I am leaving too, so I brought you along." The youth swallowed and said nothing more. Despite his age, he was not stupid. What had happened the night before involved explosions and assassinations. Anyone with half a brain could guess it was connected to the man sitting calmly in front of him. Knowing that made silence the wisest choice. If he talked too much, he might die. As for other dangers, he was not overly worried. He had no money, no powerful family, and no remarkable appearance. He was painfully ordinary, even ugly by most standards. What reason would someone like Fugaku have to target him? An absurd thought crossed his mind. What if I am actually the lost heir of some hidden family? Maybe they finally sent someone to retrieve me so I can inherit a fortune. Novels always started like that. The idea made his anxiety fade, replaced by foolish excitement. Fugaku had no idea the youth had already cast him as a secret guardian in his imagination. Even if he knew, he would not care. Bringing the boy along had been a casual decision, nothing more. Soon, the food arrived. They ate quietly, each lost in their own thoughts. Then the atmosphere changed. A disturbance rippled through the street outside. Fugaku lifted his teacup, glanced toward the window, and froze. "Put!" He spat the tea out and coughed violently. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist? The reaction was instinctive. Every generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen from Kirigakure were infamous monsters. Each one possessed strength at least on the level of an elite jonin, often more. Worse still, they never acted alone. 7 swords, 7 shinobi, perfect coordination. Their combined power was not additive but exponential. Even legendary shinobi became cautious when facing them together. The question was simple. Why were they here? At first, Fugaku tried to convince himself it was coincidence. That thought vanished the moment he saw a black ninja rat perched on one of their shoulders. A tracking summon. Just like Yamaki's falcon. They had followed the trail here. His heartbeat spiked. Who else could they be hunting? Besides him, who had just completed an S-rank mission. Cold dread crept down his spine. Where could he possibly go? Before he could act, the leading swordsman's gaze locked onto him. Found him. One by one, the 7 entered the restaurant. The owner, half asleep behind the counter, looked up to greet them. The killing intent rolling off their bodies made his blood run cold. Without a word, he dropped down and hid. The swordsman walked straight toward Fugaku's table. The youth froze, chopsticks hovering in midair. Seeing Fugaku trembling slightly, he understood the situation instantly. This was bad. He jumped to his feet and forced a smile at the scar-faced man leading them. This has nothing to do with me. I do not know him. I am just a beggar. You can talk among yourselves. He bowed repeatedly while backing toward a nearby window. A fat man with wild orange-red hair laughed. Juzo, your face scared him. I told you to wear a mask. Juzo Biwa snorted. Nonsense. I am handsome. You have no right to judge me, Kisame. At his words, he slammed the massive Kubikira Bocho into the floor. The blade sank several inches into the wood. Kisame Hashigaki grinned, resting Samahata on his shoulder. Want to see if Samahata likes your chakra? Enough, another voice cut in. A thin, masked swordsman let out a strange laugh. If you keep arguing, the kid will escape. The youth froze mid-step. The masked ninja flicked his wrist. A needle-thin blade shot forward, piercing the youth's back. The wire attached snapped tight, yanking the sword back into its owner's hand. The youth slammed into the wall and collapsed. Blood pooled beneath him. Fugaku's mind went blank. The boy lay motionless, eyes wide, blood bubbling from his chest. The masked ninja raised Nuabari, pointing it directly at Fugaku's head. Am I going to die? Despair crushed him. Then a deafening explosion rocked the restaurant. Fugaku curled instinctively, expecting death. Smoke filled the air. An exploding tag. His limbs unlocked. Ignoring pain, he scrambled across the floor. Shrapnel tore into his forearm, blood spilling freely. The pain sharpened his mind. He hurled every remaining exploding tag he had into the smoke. Explosion followed explosion. When the smoke cleared, the restaurant was gone. The street lay in ruins. A thin figure holding Hiramakari spoke calmly. Did he escape? Juzo shook his head. The tracking rat is still here. Kisame frowned. Who triggered the first tag? Juzo answered slowly. Someone else intervened. But it changes nothing. At the mention of the third Mizukage, silence fell. Juzo smiled. The order stands. Kill the Uchiha boy. Leave the body intact. He licked his lips. His head is worth 8.5 million ryo. ====. If you want to read more, there are up to 80 chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/F. Chapter 352, The Young Clan Leader. 935 words. Dusk settled over the coastline. In the coastal region of the Land of Rainbows, an endless forest stretched toward the horizon, its canopy darkening as daylight faded. A single figure tore through the trees. Branches snapped, leaves scattered, and the sound of rapid footsteps echoed as the figure leapt across ravines and streams without slowing. Uchiha Fugaku. He had been running for nearly an hour. The roar of falling water grew louder ahead. When the cliff edge finally came into view, Fugaku stumbled forward and collapsed onto a jagged rock, chest heaving as he struggled to breathe. He was completely exhausted. For a full hour, he had pushed his body beyond its limits, burning chakra at maximum output in a forced march. This was the fastest speed he could maintain, and even that was no longer sustainable. Those bastards. Fugaku muttered hoarsely. If I make it back alive, I will wipe Kirigakure off the map. The curse faded into a long, bitter sigh. In the world of shinobi, killing a pursuer after completing a mission and walking away cleanly was considered the pinnacle of assassination. That belief had driven him to turn back and eliminate Yamaki after dealing with Imu. It was not that escape had been impossible. He simply believed that as the young clan head of the Uchiha, his mission deserved a flawless conclusion. And it had been flawless. If not for the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, the mission would have earned the highest possible evaluation. But there were no what-ifs. So he ran. He ran without dignity, without restraint, clinging to survival. From time to time, he scattered explosive tags behind him, detonating them to slow his pursuers. It made no difference. The ninja rat tracked him unerringly, pointing out his position again and again while the 7 ninja swordsmen followed at a measured pace. At times, Fugaku wondered if they were deliberately prolonging the chase, savoring it like predators tormenting prey. Another explosion echoed behind him. He did not look back. Instead, he forced his aching legs to move again. This time, the pressure shifted. The pursuers lost their patience. Their chakra surged, and in an instant, the distance closed rapidly. A flash of white light shot toward him. Fugaku twisted sharply, narrowly avoiding the strike. But Nuwabari followed, its wire-bound blade sweeping in a wide arc. His expression tightened. He tried to change direction again, but fatigue slowed him by a fraction of a second. The blade grazed his right shoulder, tearing flesh and drawing blood. "Run all you want," a voice sneered. Kushimaru Koriyuer was already upon him, yanked forward by Nuwabari's wire. He reached out to seize Fugaku. Fugaku's 3-tomoed Sharingan spun violently. Anticipating the movement, he slashed his kunai toward Kushimaru's arm. Kushimaru withdrew instantly and countered with a sharp kick aimed at Fugaku's ribs. The kunai missed. Fugaku twisted in midair, shifting his balance and stepping onto Kushimaru's thigh. His knee bent like a compressed spring, and he flipped backward, borrowing momentum to escape, his movement light and fleeting. "You think you are leaving?" Suikazen Fuguki appeared directly in Fugaku's landing path. The bandage-wrapped greatsword in his hands radiated menace. Fugaku did not hesitate. He thrust his kunai forward with everything he had left. There was no clash of steel. The greatsword writhed like a living creature, expanding in an instant. Jagged spikes erupted from its surface and impaled Fugaku's right hand. Pain exploded through his arm. He tried to release his grip, but the sword's flesh-like surface split open, revealing a mouth lined with teeth. Samahata bit down. With a sickening crunch, Fugaku's entire arm was torn away. For a heartbeat, his mind went blank. Then the pain arrived in full force. Blood sprayed as Fugaku staggered back, eyes wide, hatred burning as he locked eyes with Suikazen Fuguki. Fuguki paid him no mind, stroking Samahata with casual familiarity. The sword shuddered, displeased. Moments later, it spat out the half-chewed arm, letting it tumble into the dirt. "It seems Samahata does not like your chakra," Fuguki said, smiling faintly. Fugaku's breath hitched. Only then did he realize the truth. His chakra was gone. Completely drained. Was this the end? He stood before the waterfall, blood pouring from his wound, and turned to face the 7 ninja swordsmen as they closed in. "What?" Juzo Biwa said coldly. "Given up?" Fugaku did not answer. The pain was unbearable. Even breathing required effort. Losing an arm was already a death sentence for a shinobi. Losing all chakra made resistance impossible. In this state, he could not flee. He could not fight. He could not even form the hand seals for Izanagi. Am I really going to die? I cannot accept this. I have not become Hokage. I have not led the Uchiha to their rightful place. I cannot die here. His scream echoed only within his heart. Someone. The plea vanished into despair. Juzo continued forward. Fugaku smiled bitterly. Uchiha. He whispered. Then he stepped backward and leapt. His body fell into the roaring waterfall, plunging headlong into the void below. The world above faded rapidly. Mist swallowed him. Then the whirlpool seized him. His body slammed against rocks as the current dragged him down. His lungs burned as air ran out. In the violent river, breathing was impossible. Death pressed in. In his final moments, fragments of memory surfaced. Kanahagakure. His father. And himself, sitting beneath the sun with Hayashi, drinking quietly. The vision shattered. Light flared. Then darkness consumed everything. Uchiha Fugaku was gone. Chapter 353, The Fall of the Young Clan Head. 890 words. The waterfall thundered down the cliffside, echoing across the coastline. Juzo Biwa poked his head over the edge, then withdrew, shaking his head at the group behind him. Jumping from such a height, he should be dead. Suikazen Fuguki frowned, Samahata resting on his shoulder. The third Mizukage requested that the body be recovered. Now like this, we can't even report back properly. Kushimaru Courier brandished Nuwabari and let out a sinister laugh. If you care so much about Mizukage's orders, then stop whining and go retrieve it. The estuary is close, the water's chaotic. Any delay, and it might even wash into the land of water. I suggest jumping in directly, it's more convenient. You. Enough, Juzo interrupted sharply, silencing both. I'll report this to the Mizukage. Move out now. Fuguki grunted and stepped ahead, Samahata still resting casually on his shoulder. Juzo slowed his pace deliberately, distancing himself from the others. Quietly, he muttered, "There's no need to argue for my sake. If he reports this back to Mizukage, it won't end well for either of us." Kushimaru's tone was flat. Do I fear him? Before, no. But now, caution is required. A moment of silence passed before Kushimaru asked, "Even you are afraid of the Mizukage?" Of course, Juzo replied bitterly. Killing 50 ninja at once. An event like that leaves a mark in any village. If this had happened a few years ago, could you have believed it? Weren't you expecting bloodshed? Perhaps. But not like this. The third Mizukage is ruthless, decisive, leaving no margin for error. I am afraid. Juzo glanced at the shadows of his companions in the distance. One day, it might be our turn. Impossible, Kushimaru said with disbelief. You were once Mizukage guard. Now you are captain of the 7 ninja swordsmen. He trusts you. Juzo shook his head. That was the past. Now he feels like a stranger. Once, he was gentle. Can a person truly change so much? Kushimaru was silent. No one stays the same forever. Exactly, and such change chills the heart. The village feels unfamiliar, does it not? Do you want to leave the village? Juzo said nothing. In the past, such a question would have been impossible to ask. Now, it felt. He touched the Kubikira Bocho strapped to his back. It was still, chilled to the bone. The feeling was shared far away. In Konoha, Uchiha felt the same deep unease. Fugaku, who had kept in contact through the summoning rat, suddenly disappeared from all channels one day in May. A shiver ran through Uchiha-yama's body. His intuition screamed that something had happened. The land of rainbows was too distant for him to investigate personally, and all he could do was send confidants. By October, the news arrived. The report was devastating. The young clan head had fallen in battle. The intelligence scroll opened with grim statistics. Fugaku's death probability was 99%, his survival almost impossible. Detailed witness accounts followed: the successful assassination of Imu, the killing of Yamaki, the pursuit by the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, and their eventual withdrawal unharmed. And then Fugaku vanished entirely. Uchiha Yama's hand trembled as he gripped the scroll. His face contorted with cold fury. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, they actually. His knuckles whitened as he squeezed the armrests of his chair, blood draining from his fingertips. His eyes stayed locked on the scroll, silent for long moments. He did not know who to direct his anger toward. Perhaps he needed answers, but no one could provide them. No one could explain why the 7 ninja swordsmen had appeared in the land of rainbows without warning. He had thought himself accustomed to life and death, but in this moment, Uchiha Yama felt a stone pressing on his chest. Breathing became difficult. It hurt so much. Had he insisted that Fugaku take a few jonin with him, perhaps this would not have happened. But regrets were useless. His son was dead. The heir to lead the Uchiha clan, gone. Uchiha Yama's mind flashed to the memory of Fugaku's birth. It had been a cold snowy night, the infant's pink skin warm in his arms. The little boy had slept peacefully, untouched by the cruelty of the world. If only that moment could have lasted forever. He closed his eyes, but tears fell freely. A person will die someday, in one way or another. For a ninja, death can come at any second, he had once told Fugaku. Now, he wanted to scream, bullshit. Uchiha Yama's mind turned to revenge. The village could not start a war for his son. Hiruzen Sarutobi would never allow it. But he did not care. His son was dead, and he would make the responsible parties pay. Even Konoha could not escape his wrath. The hidden mist had acted too decisively, intelligence had been flawless. Then everyone shall share in his fate, Yama muttered, voice low and menacing. Konoha or the hidden mist, it matters not. He had spent the night in mourning, sitting motionless, the candlelight casting shadows across his features. When he finally opened his eyes, they were transformed. His pupils displayed different patterns. Could this be the Mangekyo Sharingan? Just finished a presentation, and I low-keyly think I flopped it. Chapter 354, Awakening the Mangekyo. 1046 words. In the early morning, a middle-aged man with hair nearly white as snow stood alone in a secluded corner of the cemetery. Though his face suggested he was in his 40s, the sudden whiteness of his hair made him look older, worn by grief. His son was dead, yet even the body had not been recovered. Uchiha Yama had erected only a cenotaph for him. A wave of bitter self-mockery crossed his face. He struck his own cheek sharply, the motion heavy, as though weighed down by decades of sorrow. The sky above was a deep, gem-like blue, scattered with drifting white clouds. A distant wind stirred the black hem of his robes. It was cool, carrying with it the scent of an approaching storm, a herald of dark clouds that would soon obscure the sun. From behind, footsteps echoed. Shimura Danzo approached, his movements measured and emotionless. Uchiha Yama slowly lifted his gaze, and the weariness and despair that had clouded his face vanished instantly. Shouldn't you be doing something? Yama's voice was cold, his eyes sharp and unreadable. Danzo made no reply to the tone. After all, this was a man whose son had died, whose hair had turned white overnight. A bit of resentment would not harm him. After all, Danzo was the one who had assigned the mission. I truly do not understand why the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist would appear there. I can assure you none of my subordinates leaked this information, Danzo said without hesitation. He meant it, there had been no betrayal on his part. The hidden mist village had sealed itself off completely, no one could have passed the intelligence along. This is not what concerns me. What matters is how the village will respond to the hidden mist village. Danzo sighed, knowing his purpose here. The young patriarch of the Uchiha clan, one of Konoha's founding families, had perished on a mission. The village needed to respond in some way, but open war was impossible. Having only recovered from the previous turmoil 2 years earlier, Konoha could not risk provoking the hidden mist. Danzo had been sent as a scapegoat, tasked with appeasing Uchiha Yama on Hiruzen's behalf. Yama sneered. The village refuses to declare war, does it? Yes, Danzo admitted, voice weary. The village regrets the loss, and compensation can be offered to the Uchiha clan. A hoarse, bitter laugh escaped Yama. Compensation? My son is dead. How can anything compensate for that? The village will allow Uchiha clan members to join the Umbu, and grant you a seat on the Elder Council, Danzo continued, maintaining his calm. Yama's laugh deepened, heavy with scorn. How generous. And what else can you offer me? Then what do you want? Danzo asked. Kagami's right eye. Danzo stiffened. That is not part of the agreement. What? Are you afraid I might awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan in both eyes? Danzo remained expressionless. I said it is not part of the deal. That eye is mine, not the village's. Yama's eyes narrowed. Back then, you traded Kagami's left eye to me to secure a period as captain of the military police force. Why be stingy now? A sudden laugh left Yama's lips. Could it be that you intend to transplant Kagami's Mangekyo for yourself? That's why you refuse the other eye. Danzo said nothing, only letting out a cold snort. Yama shook his head with arrogant amusement. You are not of the Uchiha. Such power is beyond your control, do not entertain the thought. That is none of your concern, Danzo replied. The eye will not be given to you. Yama fell silent for a moment, then smiled coldly. What if I tell Hayashi that you possess Kagami's Sharingan? Danzo laughed, unflinching. If he knew, who do you think he would believe? Yama nodded. Ah, I forgot. Then Hayashi is our common enemy. Wrong. Only yours, not mine. Yama laughed loudly. Not yours? Then why is Kagami's eye in your possession? Explain your role in that incident. Kagami was your teammate, saved your life, and yet, you kept it? Danzo's gaze was icy. Do not deceive me. Kagami's death had nothing to do with me. I obtained the eyes by chance. Chance or not, do you think Hayashi will believe it? He is our enemy regardless. What exactly do you want? Danzo asked, tension rising. To lure him from the daimyo's mansion. I will kill him. Danzo stared, incredulous. You grieve for your son, but what does that have to do with him? Who says it has nothing? Fugaku sought him out before leaving for the land of rainbows. Perhaps he was the one who leaked the intel. You are mad, Danzo spat. Completely mad. He turned to leave, unwilling to bargain with a man possessed. If you walk away, Yama shouted, I will expose everything about you and me. Danzo paused. You would dare? My son is dead. What does it matter if I perish? Refusing serves no one. Should I succeed in killing Hayashi, a major threat is removed. Should I fail, I die. Either way, it benefits you. You have no reason to refuse, correct? Danzo's face betrayed uncertainty. Slowly, he nodded. I hope this is the last time. He left, leaving Yama alone. Yama returned his gaze to the cenotaph. A bouquet of flowers rested silently at its base. Time passed in quiet reflection. A sigh escaped him. Fugaku, do you know? My right eye has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. With Kagami's transplanted eye, I now possess the Mangekyo in both eyes. But this is not enough. This power alone cannot destroy the hidden mist village, cannot destroy Konoha, cannot avenge you. I know that beyond the Mangekyo, there exists the eternal Mangekyo. Madara wielded it to challenge the first Hokage. I have no brothers, so I must attempt Hayashi's eye. Kagami was his father, no one has tried this before. But if I succeed... He paused, rain beginning to fall in heavy sheets, blurring the world around him. As long as I succeed, none can stop me. If I fail... I cannot fail. Uchihayama stood, unyielding, amidst the torrential downpour. His figure gradually blurred in the sheets of rain, but his resolve burned ever brighter. Chapter 355, The Weight of Legacy. 885 words. Fugaku, dead? Hayashi looked at the secret letter from Orochimaru, disbelief etched across his face. This has to be a joke. He reread the letter twice. Yes, it was Orochimaru's handwriting. Hayashi could no longer keep calm. The ripple effect of this news was staggering. What's wrong? Did something happen? Makoto, returning from pursuing enemies, still had traces of blood on her face. Her mesmerizing three-tomo Sharingan rotated briefly before returning to normal. Hayashi looked up. The young clan head, he's dead. Oh. Makoto's reaction was minimal. She quickly regained her composure. It wasn't coldness, just a matter of perspective. As a ninja, she had seen countless lives lost over the years. Fugaku had been little more than an acquaintance. His death stirred no significant waves in her heart. Hayashi, however, felt far more conflicted. Uchiha Fugaku had been someone important. Without even a proper farewell. He had left behind Itachi and Sasuke, leaving Hayashi to shoulder the weight of responsibility alone. And then there was the Uchiha coup. With the future clan head gone, how could there even be a coup? This news was overwhelming. Hayashi sighed. His feelings toward Fugaku were complicated. Initially, he had approached the young clan head casually, neither friend nor foe. But Fugaku had sought him out repeatedly, sharing drinks, engaging him before missions. If the timeline had allowed, Hayashi might have considered befriending him. But it was too late. The man was gone. Still, doubts lingered. Was Fugaku really dead? Could it be like Obito? There were too many unknowns. The hidden mist village was involved. Perhaps Uchiha Madara had chosen Fugaku as his successor. But that seemed unlikely. Madara had not picked him in the original timeline. If he were to choose, he'd choose someone as capable as me, Hayashi muttered with a wry smirk. He felt oddly slighted at the thought of being overlooked. People's minds were strange things, trivial yet complicated. Cheap, even. Footsteps sounded nearby. Hayashi and Makoto looked up to see Himeji returning, carrying several dripping heads. All the fleeing enemies have been taken care of? Himeji nodded, noticing the letter in Hayashi's hand. Did something happen in the village? Fugaku is dead. Himeji froze. The news hit harder than she expected. Fugaku wasn't a minor ninja, he was the young head of Konoha's largest clan. His death could shift the political balance in the village for decades. Are we returning to Konoha? She asked, voice tight with concern. Hayashi nodded. Orochimaru wrote that Uchihayama's hair turned white overnight. He's no longer focused on the military police, hiding at home instead. I didn't realize his son's death affected him so deeply. After all, he was his only son, Hayashi sighed. Orochimaru wants me to return and contend for the position of young clan head. Himeji considered briefly. The odds of success are high. Fugaku's decision to go on a mission had weakened his political standing. Now that he's gone, and with no other sons, the Uchiha lack a strong leader. You're Orochimaru's disciple, Hayashi. Hokage-sama will support you. You are the most suitable candidate from every angle. Hayashi exhaled. I know all that, Himeji, but I'm only 14. Even if I return, Uchihayama is still above me. He won't step down immediately. If I can't subtly influence him, the position of young clan head will be symbolic, and others will see me as greedy. Things can't be rushed. Perhaps that's why the third Hokage hasn't called me back yet. Let the kunai fly for now. Himeji nodded. I was too hasty. So, where to next? First, we meet Senior Jiku, then head to the Temple of Fire for the night. All right. After sealing the heads from their mission, the three moved quickly through the forest. It's been ages since I last saw Kushina and the others. I wonder how they've changed, Makoto said, sighing. It had been nearly a year and a half. Previously, they could only exchange messages through summoned beasts, a primitive method.
Kushina said she's almost reached the mission requirement for promotion to Jonin.
Once that happens, she'll visit the daimyo's residence, Hayashi said.
Jonin, when will I become one? Makoto said, enviously. Both Hayashi and Himeji were Jonin, Makoto was still Chunin.
Though she didn't say it outright, she cared.
Himeji smiled. You'll be promoted automatically after serving as a guardian ninja. Didn't you know? Makoto's eyes widened. They never told me. Hayashi shrugged. I didn't know either. First time as a guardian ninja, how could I track every minor detail? Makoto pouted. This isn't minor.
I wanted to become a jonin and teach little Kakashi.
Yes, Kakashi was born in September. Tsukumo and Odaichi's wedding had been recent, forced by an unexpected pregnancy. Tsukumo had gained both a wife and a son, despite hoping for a daughter. Himeji laughed at Makoto's pouting.
How dare you laugh at me, Makoto said, face flushing, before lunging playfully.
Himeji protested, I won't dare again. Sister Makoto, have mercy.
It was harmless roughhousing.
Hayashi cheered from the side.
But then he noticed Makoto brushing against Himeji's chest, Himeji responding in kind, and his eyes widened.
Going to be cuckolded? And then, change my name to Hayashi? Look up _Zeph on Patreon to get access to chapters in advance. Chapter 356, Hayashi's Head. 898 words.
The Temple of Fire was the largest temple in the entire Land of Fire.
Tourists came daily, some praying for children, others for prosperity, and some merely to admire the sight.
Because the daimyo of the Land of Fire was a devout Buddhist, the temple had become a mandatory stop on his travels. It was also rumored that before Konoha was established, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, had once trained at the Temple of Fire, increasing its fame even further. These factors had drawn a large number of monks to practice there.
By evening, the group of 4 finally reached their destination. From afar, the Grand Temple came into view.
Since the mission site was distant from the daimyo's residence, the Temple of Fire became their resting point for the night. But as they neared, a strong smell of smoke and gunpowder filled the air, suggesting a fire had broken out.
Jikua's expression changed, and he immediately dashed forward. Hayashi and the others quickly followed.
Only when they arrived did they realize the extent of the devastation. The towering steel gate, originally over 10 meters high, had a massive hole ripped through it.
Statues on either side lay toppled on the ground. Be careful.
The Temple of Fire has a barrier ninjutsu defense. For it to be destroyed like this, the enemy must be extremely powerful, Jiku warned, stepping first through the gate.
Inside, the damage was even worse.
Pathways were littered with corpses and scarred by deep battle craters.
Damn it, who could do this? Jiku's face darkened.
There wasn't a single living person in sight, showing the enemy's overwhelming strength. The Temple of Fire was no minor organization, it represented a significant force within the Land of Fire.
Ordinary people wouldn't dare provoke it. Help! A faint cry came from distant bushes. Jiku rushed forward, gently lifting a middle-aged monk lying on the ground. What happened? The monk coughed violently, pain twisting his face.
After a moment, he opened his eyes to see Jiku.
Trembling, he grabbed Jiku's arm. A ninja attacked the Temple of Fire. He specifically asked for you. You must leave immediately. Looking for me? Where is he now? Jiku was puzzled. He usually moved carefully and had few enemies.
I don't know, that person broke into the temple, didn't find you, and left. Dihai coughed again, blood staining his lips.
Enough talking.
I'll treat you.
Jiku quickly drew a first aid kit from his ninja pouch and administered treatment. Hayashi's expression hardened. He signaled Makoto and Himeji, preparing to search for other survivors.
Then, a voice echoed from the shadows.
Ah, finally found you. I knew you'd come.
The monks at the Temple of Fire would notify you.
My wait hasn't been wasted. 12 Guardian Ninja. Jiku.
A figure stepped out slowly. Cloaked in black, his face masked from nose to chin, pale green eyes peered out. On his forehead was the symbol of the Taki village, but a scratch marked it, marking him as a rogue ninja.
Hayashi's pupils narrowed. Why is he here? Noticing Hayashi's reaction, Kakuzu's gaze shifted to him. You recognize me? Hayashi shook his head, masking his awareness. Famous, are you? His ignorance was tactical.
In the ninja world, knowledge was power.
Even a chunin with the right information could defeat a jonin. Kakuzu had survived in the ninja world not just by strength but because few understood his abilities. Hayashi, however, knew him, but Kakuzu did not know that, so he would not guard against him. This gave Hayashi a strategic advantage. Kakuzu's mask hid his reaction, but he was amused. Not too famous, I've almost forgotten my own name. But if Senju Hashirama were alive, he'd answer for me. That man once fought me, and left a deep impression. Everyone, including Jiku, was astonished. To fight the god of shinobi and survive, what level of power is that? Kakuzu reveled in their reactions. To him, it felt like finding a fortune on the street. Hayashi, meanwhile, smiled faintly, listening as if to a joke. Kakuzu's eyes narrowed. Don't believe me? Hayashi adjusted his imaginary glasses. I believe you. Even if you claim to be equal to Hashirama, I'd believe it. I've fought hundreds of battles and seen countless foes. So what if I faced the first Hokage? I've also conversed with the third Kazekage and third Mizukage. Kakuzu chuckled. Arrogant, aren't you, kid? Not arrogant. Just advising you not to cause unnecessary commotion. This time, Kakuzu's amusement turned to genuine scrutiny. In the dim light, he noticed Hayashi's guardian ninja symbol, the Konoha forehead protector, and the wind fan crested attire, confirming his identity. Are you Konoha's lightning flash? Hayashi remained silent. Confirming his suspicion, Kakuzu laughed. Excellent. Jiku's head fetches 30 million ryo on the black market, but yours, famous Konoha hero, is worth 200 million. What a night of luck. Hayashi smirked. I didn't realize my head was so valuable. But do you have what it takes to claim it? Kakuzu's cruel laugh pierced the air. He scanned the corpses and inhaled the heavy blood scent. A head worth 200 million ryo? I can't miss that opportunity. His gaze cut through the shadows, imagining the fortune awaiting him. Then, allow me to take your head and claim your heart. With a cruel laugh, Kakuzu vanished into the night, his figure dissolving into the darkness. Chapter 357, The 5. 1114 words. Facing a battle-hardened monster like Kakuzu, Hayashi didn't let Makoto or the others intervene. At this level of combat, they could easily become liabilities, a fatal mistake. So the moment the fight began, everyone retreated. Kakuzu was fast, but his hands were faster, shooting out from his cloak like living tentacles without warning. Hayashi wasn't surprised. He had detailed intelligence on Kakuzu and had seen similar abilities from Orochimaru. Orochimaru's soft body modifications were still developing, nowhere near as flexible as Kakuzu's thread fruit, yet it was enough for Hayashi to handle. Screech! With a flash of lightning release, Hayashi swung his arm, sending a kunai imbued with lightning slicing toward the incoming hands. The black threads twisted like snakes, the hands contorting just enough to narrowly avoid the kunai. Immediately, the threads exploded outward, forming a nearly inescapable net of attacks. Hayashi advanced instead of retreating, lightning release erupting as Chidori current formed a protective barrier, isolating everything within 2 meters. The black threads collided with the current, immediately repelled, unable to penetrate even an inch. Kakuzu's cold eyes swept over Hayashi, now enveloped in lightning. As he approached, the space around his shoulders bulged, tearing his cloak to reveal 2 streams of black threads, each topped with a bizarre white mask. Hayashi, anticipating the move, dropped low and pressed his palms to the ground. Earth release, multiple Earth-style wall. Kakuzu sneered. One mask suddenly spat raging flames, ignoring its own black threads. Fire engulfed the courtyard, surrounding Hayashi. Another mask expelled a powerful gust of wind, intensifying the flames further, purifying the air in that space with scorching heat. Kakuzu pulled back slightly, retracting the damaged threads while keeping a wary eye on his surroundings. Although he didn't expect Earth release to withstand his combined ninjutsu, Hayashi was Konoha's lightning flash. He couldn't have died so easily. Another stream of black threads emerged from Kakuzu's cloak, topped with a new mask that drilled into the ground. The ground behind Kakuzu exploded, and Hayashi's clone, or rather a tactical decoy, landed safely. Kakuzu frowned, predicting Hayashi's movements with his extensive combat experience, using Earth-release Jiangu to force his opponent out. Yet, despite 3 masks, none had achieved full suppression. As expected of a head worth 200 million, he muttered. Kakuzu's green eyes glimmered with anticipation. I must taste your heart. Hayashi brushed off dust and laughed. All talk, no real strength. You can't even suppress me, yet you claim to have fought the first Hokage? You should change your name to King of Impostors. Brat, you're asking for death. Kakuzu clasped his hands, and 3 mask-like creatures behind him simultaneously opened their mouths. Fire release, falling fire impact. From the masks, 3 different elemental attacks erupted: fire, wind, and earth. Massive rocks, like meteors, hurled toward Hayashi, flames intensified by wind enveloping them, forming a horizontal barrage instead of a downward meteor shower. Hayashi chuckled. You're not from the Sun family. Why would I fear a clash with you? Quickly forming hand seals, 3 shadow clones appeared before him. Water release, raging waves. Lightning release, lightning snake. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. The clones unleashed 3 different elemental ninjutsu simultaneously. The 3rd Hokage's greatest strength had been mastery of all 5 natures, combining them to produce versatile effects. Orochimaru, among the Sannin, inherited this ability fully. As Orochimaru's disciple, Hayashi had also developed proficiency with all 5 natures, his chakra reserves now far exceeding ordinary ninja. Large-scale combined ninjutsu was well within his capabilities. Kakuzu's expression darkened. Intelligence had shown that Hayashi mastered fire, lightning, and wind. But now water and earth had appeared. A ninja with 5 natures? Combined ninjutsu was Kakuzu's specialty. Now, Hayashi could counter anything he threw, and his chakra reserves were immense. Fatigue had not slowed him in the slightest. Kakuzu even considered retreating. Mud dragons clashed with flaming meteors, the temple of fire briefly turning pale from the intensity. A 30-meter-wide crater formed where the ninjutsu collided. Hayashi screamed, his body seemingly shattering in the explosion. It looked as if the immense power had overwhelmed him, gradually disappearing. The next instant, he appeared behind Kakuzu, Chidori crackling as it lunged toward his chest. But black threads erupted from the ground, tightly binding Hayashi. Kakuzu laughed. Konoha's lightning flash, you think I wouldn't guard against your tricks? The explosion had been a ruse. Any ordinary ninja would have been caught off guard. But Kakuzu was different. I have 5 hearts, Genjutsu cannot touch me. Buried underground early, his tentacles had waited for Hayashi's advance. Now, watching the young man bound, a cold sneer formed. It's over. Your heart is mine. Kakuzu drove his black threads forward, eager to dig into Hayashi's chest and claim a heart. Hayashi suddenly smiled, dispelling the Chidori, and without hand seals, a glowing blue orb appeared in his right hand. In an instant, the orb expanded to 5 or 6 meters. Super Giant Ball Rasengan. At such close range, Kakuzu had no time to react. The black thread snapped, and he was sent flying, a crater forming where the orb struck. Hayashi drew a kunai, throwing it to pierce one of Kakuzu's white masks. Seeing another kunai aimed, Kakuzu feigned death but quickly reconnected using Jiangu. Yet his expression was grim. 2 of his hearts had been destroyed,
including the fire and wind masks. His carefully laid trap had been outsmarted, his plan shattered.
He leaped back, creating distance from Hayashi. "You know too much about me," Kakuzu muttered. "I know enough. Now, let's see if you truly live up to your immortality." Kakuzu lunged toward Jiku in the distance, showing that his greed outweighed caution. Hayashi sighed, forming hand seals. Fire release, ash pile burning.
When the smoke cleared, Kakuzu was gone.
He had abandoned his reputation for survival. Hayashi turned to Makoto and the others.
That battle had been terrifying, they had witnessed true powerhouse combat. Brushing dust from his clothes, he said to Jiku, sorry for letting him escape and for further damaging the Temple of Fire.
Jiku waved it off with a wry smile. "You saved my life.
A ninja surviving a shattered heart, truly a first for me."
Hayashi chuckled, the ninja world is full of surprises. From above, an eagle's cry echoed. A black ninja eagle landed on Hayashi's shoulder.
He retrieved a scroll from it and read carefully.
Makoto asked, "What is it?" Hayashi's expression grew serious. An Umbu ninja found Fugaku's whereabouts. Really?
He watched the eagle spread its wings and vanish into the sky, leaving only the distant horizon.
Look up _Zeph on Patreon to get access to chapters in advance. Chapter 358, The Rift Between Life and Death. 1047 words. By a lake near Naka Shrine, a solemn ninja stood.
Clad in a black windbreaker adorned with the Uchiha clan crest, he observed the boy beside him.
"Fugaku, did you see the hand signs clearly?" "I saw them."
The boy swallowed hard, masking his nervousness.
"Snake ram monkey boar horse dog. It should be that, right?"
The man leaned toward him sternly.
"The last sign is tiger."
Fugaku felt ashamed.
His legs trembled uncontrollably, and he struggled to focus. The Great Fireball technique is the Uchiha clan's basic fire release skill. You are the young clan head.
You must master it earlier than your peers.
Do you hear me?
I hear you.
Then try it. Gathering chakra in his throat, Fugaku tilted his head back, stretching his neck. Fire release, Great Fireball technique.
A tiny flame sputtered from his mouth, no longer than 2 centimeters, like a flickered match. Lowering his head, he felt the sting of failure. How he wished to hear the praise he craved, as expected of my son. But just as he prepared to apologize, the earth shook violently. The lake's surface seemed sliced by an invisible blade, and the ground sank abruptly.
"Father!" Fugaku cried in terror, falling through a crack into icy water. "Am I going to die?" He snapped awake.
Darkness surrounded him, and the pungent smell of medicinal potions filled the air. His right arm throbbed painfully, preventing movement.
"Where am I? What happened?" Pain racked his body, sharp and unrelenting. Cautiously, he lifted his left hand to explore. Thick bandages covered him entirely.
Closing his eyes, he sifted through his memories.
Finally, it surfaced. "I jumped off the waterfall." He stared blankly. Could this be hell?
A voice came from beside his ear.
"Are you awake?"
Fugaku turned his head, every movement sending a headache through his skull as if a kunai had been driven into it.
Breathing deeply, he watched the figure approach methodically.
Through dim light, he saw a scythe gripped by hands that looked like withered wood, a black hem, and a 3-tomo Sharingan.
Fugaku's eyes widened. "Your eyes, are you Uchiha?" The voice was flat. "You can think what you like. Outsiders cannot awaken the Sharingan, nor transplant one. You must be of my clan. In that case..." Fugaku paused. "Is this Konoha?" The old man's tone was flat, yet tinged with nostalgia. "Konoha.
I have not set foot there since Hashirama died." Fugaku considered the words carefully.
"Then you are a rogue ninja from Konoha?"
The old man laughed, a sound so sharp he nearly bent over.
"In a sense, I am indeed a rogue ninja of Konoha, though no one has officially declared it.
Fugaku pressed further.
Then why not return? I am the young clan head of the Uchiha. My father would reward you.
Even as a rogue ninja, he can settle matters. The old man gripped his scythe.
There is no going back. Some paths, once taken, cannot be undone. No matter the heart, one can only walk forward. There is no home to return to. Fugaku's mind raced. But my father said the Uchiha clan has never produced a rogue ninja. I've never seen you before. Who are you, and where is this place?
The old man remained calm.
This is the rift between life and death, the cycle of reincarnation. Fugaku shivered. You mean I'm dead? Not entirely. Not entirely? Fugaku snapped. Life and death are binary. What do you mean by not entirely?
My clansman, you disappoint me, the old man said, shaking his head.
I thought you would understand life and death better. This is a world between the two. You wander here now. You will either return to your original world or move on to death, it depends on your next actions.
Fugaku struggled to grasp the meaning.
What do you want me to do? It is simple. I want you to sever karma in this world and create a world of winners, a world of peace, a world of love. Fugaku frowned. I don't understand. You will. One day, you will understand. His heart sank. Do not make such a face. You should feel honored that I sought you out. This mission is yours, you are the chosen one. Fugaku was incredulous. I'm sorry. Though I am grateful you saved me, you've chosen the wrong person. I don't know how to sever karma.
The old man shook his head.
Fate chose you, not I. What?
You drifted into the underground passage I dug.
I saved you. Is that not fate? Realizing the man before him was unhinged, Fugaku softened his tone. You must have made a mistake. You wait for someone else. I am merely a joke of fate. I do not think so. I have been here 30 years. You are my first visitor, and likely my last. Fugaku's anger and helplessness surged. My father is Uchiha clan chief. No matter who you are, if you keep me imprisoned.
The old man smiled faintly.
I haven't restricted your freedom. You can leave.
But with these bodies, neither of us can leave this place.
Fugaku roared. Who are you?
The old man leaned on his scythe, settled into a massive chair, and slowly said, I am the ghost of the Uchiha Madara.
Fugaku froze. Impossible. Madara died at the Valley of the End. A mocking expression crossed the old man's face. The world thinks I lost to Hashirama. Are winning and losing ever absolute? Despair hit Fugaku.
If this was Madara, a hidden conspiracy was at play, and he would never escape knowing this secret. The old man seemed to read his thoughts.
Do not struggle. I will need you to do many things.
Since you have your life back, do not rush toward death. Of course, if you wish to die, you may. But then I will claim your Sharingan as payment for saving you.
Fugaku's hopelessness deepened. Please, release me. I have a friend, Uchiha Hayashi. He is stronger and more talented.
I can help bring him here instead. The old man's tone turned cold. You still don't understand why you were chosen.
I don't. You will, the old man chuckled. Soon, you will understand.
With that, he closed his eyes, returning the cave to silence.
Chapter 359, Breaking Free. 1,368 words. Boredom was a terrible poison.
This had been Fugaku's greatest feeling these past few days. He had lost all sense of time.
Had a day passed? 10 years? He could not tell.
It was like walking in total darkness, constantly fearing that a manhole cover had vanished beneath him, leaving no sense of security.
Fugaku clung to memories of the village's mundane moments to stave off panic and loneliness, but even that was fleeting. The Uchiha clan must be searching for me now. Maybe they've discovered the hidden Mist Village's actions. Maybe negotiations are underway. Maybe the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist are already dead. He shivered at the thought. Maybe the third great ninja war has already begun, and perhaps Konoha has been destroyed. Then he would truly be a sinner. A heavy sigh escaped him, and his desire to return grew even stronger. If I go back now, maybe I can prevent this pointless war. From afar, Fugaku's glare fixed on the sleeping Uchiha Madara. His expression suggested he wanted to tear the old man in half, just as easily as tearing apart a sand ninja. He even imagined transmigrating into the past to eliminate Madara's father at age 7, preventing all this chaos before it began. Noticing Fugaku's stare, the Uzumaki face in the corner walked over and settled beside him on the bed. What are you doing? Monitoring, of course. Lord Madara ordered me to watch you. You don't need to be this close. Your mouth is practically on my face. Oh. The Uzumaki face shuffled back. You're strange. I'm asexual and won't do anything to you. What's there to fear? Fugaku curled his lip but refrained from complaining. He had always disliked talking to this odd creature, but extreme boredom made conversation with anyone even this preferable to silence. The Uzumaki face glanced at his arm. You're recovering well. Hashirama cells have integrated nicely into your body. Hashirama cells? Yes, the white matter on your body. It accelerates healing. Fugaku felt like he'd heard the impossible. But the first Hokage died years ago. Where did you get his cells? They were cultivated using the Gedo statue, the Uzumaki face said matter-of-factly. Fugaku's gaze followed its line of sight. Behind Madara's chair loomed a massive shadow, faintly revealing what seemed like a huge, gnarled tree with exposed roots and protruding spikes. Figures hung above the spikes. Were those? Noticing his confusion, the Uzumaki face chuckled. Artificial bodies, created with Hashirama cells. They are inferior, without emotion, but were key to restoring your arm and body. Fugaku squinted. What's with that smug look? Nothing, just telling you that now, you're somewhat like me. Half of Hashirama's artificial body now resides in you. We're completely different. I'm human, not artificial. The Uzumaki face laughed. If you're human, why don't you need to eat or poop, just like me? Could you please not say those two together? Don't worry about the details. Admit it, we're now the same kind of creature. Who's the same creature as you? Where are you putting your hand? The Uzumaki face pulled back, muttering, the texture isn't the same as mine. Oh right, as a creature like me, may I ask you something? Fugaku ignored it, staring at his right arm. Severed by the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, it had been reconstructed with Hashirama cells. He could clearly feel his chakra had increased significantly. Hey! The Uzumaki face shouted, dissatisfied with being ignored. Since we brought it up, tell me, what did it feel like to poop as a former human? We're the same now, no need to be shy. Fugaku sighed. You really want to know? Of course. Fugaku thought a moment. It feels like life has reached its peak. The Uzumaki face blinked, dumbfounded and envious. At that moment, another white creature poked its head from the wall. Fugaku, I have information about Uchihayama, the one you often speak of. My father? Fugaku leapt from the bed, startled. Yes, and his situation seems dire, White Zetsu said, emerging fully, words spilling in urgency. What happened to my father? He's fighting Konoha's lightning flash. With whom? Konoha's lightning flash. You call him Hayashi. Impossible. Why would they fight? White Zetsu explained. Lightning Flash sought to seize Uchihayama's Sharingan. He refused, so they clashed. Fugaku's eyes widened. Has father awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? Otherwise, Hayashi would have no reason to go after him. There was no time to think further.
He leapt from the bed, the wooden frame splitting under his weight.
Though unsure of Hayashi's power, he knew his father was old and had given him only one eye. How could he possibly be a match for Hayashi? I must stop them.
Fugaku struck the wall to leave, but the reconstructed arm wasn't yet strong enough. A sharp pain shot through him as the Hashirama cell connection cracked.
It hurts.
Clutching his arm, he noticed only minor cracks on the wall.
He was far from recovered and couldn't break through. The Uzumaki face leapt behind him. Your current body can't break rock. But I must stop them.
Then wear my body, it said, spreading like a blooming flower and wrapping around him.
Aren't you Madara's subordinate? Is this safe?
Fugaku had concluded long ago that Madara was a paranoid lunatic, unlikely to let him leave freely.
The Uzumaki face asked only, "Are you going to save your father?" Its logic was simple. Regardless of Madara's plans, Fugaku had to break the wall.
Thank you, he said, activating his 3-tomo Sharingan. Consider it payment for telling me how good pooping feels, the Uzumaki face quipped. Fugaku rubbed his fist, adopting a striking stance. A root tendril connecting the Uzumaki face to the Gedo statue pulsed like a heartbeat, transmitting a surge of power.
He struck again.
The cracks spread explosively. The wall shattered.
White Zetsu praised, using the Gedo statue's power through the roots? Impressive. Before White Zetsu could finish, the Uzumaki face dispersed, revealing Fugaku's astonished face.
Very strong, he thought.
Are you leaving?
Madara's voice came from his chair.
Fugaku grabbed the root tendril behind the Uzumaki face and pulled, detaching it. I am grateful for saving my life, but I must go. I have to.
Madara did not stop him.
You are hasty. Too early to offer thanks. I won't be coming back. I've thanked you and won't tell anyone you're alive. Goodbye.
Fugaku stepped out.
You will return, Madara said with certainty.
When you do, I will accept your true gratitude. He closed his eyes.
Fugaku spoke to the white Zetsu embedded in the wall. Where are my father and Hayashi? Take me to them. The white Zetsu with you is my clone.
We communicate telepathically within a range. Other clones are exchanging information underground.
Before White Zetsu finished, the Uzumaki face spoke. I'll guide you. A vine-like appendage swayed from Fugaku's neck.
Then I'll follow you, he said. Jumping out of the underground base, he found a massive corridor lined with clothes, scrolls, and weapons.
Is this Uchiha memorabilia? He murmured. No wonder Father's war fan was never used, it was a knockoff.
Sighing, he pulled a robe from the wall.
I won't take these. I won't feel indebted to anyone. He wanted no further ties to Madara. Outside, standing on a massive bone fossil, he asked, what about the two of them now?
The Uzumaki face replied, your father is in danger. Something about the young clan head was mentioned, but I don't fully understand.
Young clan head? Fugaku snorted, rushing into the forest. So Hayashi wants father's eyes and to become Uchiha clan head? What a plan! He asked again, how's Konoha now? They're fighting in a secluded area. Konoha likely doesn't know. How did they start fighting? Father is in the village, Hayashi should be at the daimyo's residence. I don't know.
Only that father was taken by Umbu, and Lightning Flash was waiting.
Umbu? Damn it! Fugaku clenched his fist.
If the third Hokage is involved, they will all die.
If
you want to read more, there are up to 80 chapters available on Patreon.
Patreon.com/F. Chapter 360, Old Blood. 1,494 words.
In November of Konoha's 34th year, heavy snow had already blanketed most regions of the Land of Fire. The sudden, relentless snowfall wrapped the daimyo's palace in a layer of silver, giving it a cold and solemn beauty.
For Uchiha Hayashi, the timing of the news about Fugaku made no sense.
With his naturally cautious and slightly paranoid disposition, his first thought was not grief or curiosity, but suspicion. He even considered the possibility that this was Uchiha Madara's bait, a deliberate attempt to lure him away from the daimyo's palace. The problem was that the bait was far too obvious, and far too tempting. Fugaka's incident had supposedly occurred in the Land of Rainbows, yet the trail suddenly appeared near the border of the Land of Fire.
Even crossing the sea should follow basic logic.
This made the entire situation reek of something unnatural.
As for curiosity, Hayashi lacked it entirely. Curiosity got people killed, and he had no interest in becoming a lesson for future generations.
More importantly, he was not Fugaku's father. The death of the young clan head, tragic as it was, had nothing to do with him. Preserving his own life came first. If he rushed to the border only to be ambushed by ninjas under Madara's control, he would not even have the dignity of regret. The last person who acted so recklessly had grass growing over his grave.
Hayashi knew his own limits.
His strength was nowhere near that of the second Hokage, and his escape techniques were even worse. He had no desire to be remembered as a cautionary tale beneath a loquat tree. After careful consideration, he issued only one order: the Umbu were to investigate discreetly. As for him, he continued his calm and uneventful life within the daimyo's palace. Half a month passed in peace. One day, after completing his routine patrol, Hayashi was preparing to return to his quarters when a ninja hawk appeared in the sky once more. This time, it carried a distress signal. Using a specific decoding technique, he opened the scroll and immediately recognized the name written inside.
Fujiwara Shu.
According to the report, Fujiwara Shu had encountered a Konoha rogue ninja during a mission. He had been caught in a surprise attack, severely injured, and was requesting immediate support.
Among the Umbu under his command, Fujiwara Shu was one of the people Hayashi trusted most, second only to Shinosuke. The two had fought side by side in the Land of Rain, and it was precisely because of that experience that the third Hokage had transferred Fujiwara Shu under Hayashi's leadership. There was no hesitation. Hayashi gathered his equipment, briefly explained the situation to Makoto and Himeji, and left the palace at once. Fujiwara Shu was less than 200 miles from the daimyo's palace. The distance was not great, and as the captain of the squad, Hayashi could not ignore a subordinate in danger. As for the possibility of a trap, Hayashi dismissed it after a brief analysis. No matter how powerful Madara was, his influence could not fully extend into the Land of Fire. Especially not to the point of mobilizing a large group of ninjas without drawing attention. Since it was unlikely to be Madara's work, there was no reason to hesitate. There were only thieves who acted without restraint, never guards who watched forever. If this had happened outside the Land of Fire, Hayashi would not have gone. But if something occurred so close to the daimyo's palace and he still dared not respond, then he might as well quit being a ninja and race pigs. Even so, caution remained his habit. Before departing, he sent a secret message via Ninja Hawk to Shinosuke, instructing him to bring additional Umbu to the location. Traveling at full speed, 200 miles passed quickly. However, when Hayashi arrived at the designated area and saw the figure seated calmly by the stream, his steps halted. The man sitting there was unmistakable. Uchiha Yama. Hayashi's expression sharpened instantly. Uchiha Yama finished a pot of wine, tossed the empty container into the flowing water, and stood up leisurely. "You've come." Hayashi did not approach.
He maintained a distance of nearly 200 meters and spoke calmly. "Judging by your tone, clan head, it seems you have been waiting for me for quite some time." As he spoke, the dabai on his body conducted a thorough scan of the surroundings.
No other chakra signatures appeared. Uchiha Yama's deep voice followed. "There is only me here.
No barriers, no traps.
You can relax." "So you came specifically to wait for me?"
After confirming there was no immediate danger, Hayashi relaxed slightly.
With his current strength, he was not afraid of Uchiha Yama.
"That's right."
Uchiha Yama chuckled.
"I thought Fugaku's news would draw you out immediately.
I didn't expect you to ignore it."
"It seems you value your subordinates more than I expected."
Hayashi's pupils contracted. "So all those messages were sent by you?" I thought. What did you think? It doesn't matter. Hayashi shook his head. Where are my subordinates? I used genjutsu on them earlier, Uchihayama replied calmly. As for now, they're dead. Hayashi's gaze darkened. So someone is helping you behind the scenes. Uchihayama raised an eyebrow with interest. And how do you know that?
With your ability to infiltrate the Yambu, gathering precise intelligence would be difficult, Hayashi said coldly. Finding my men and luring me out would be impossible without outside assistance.
Unbothered by the sarcasm, Uchihayama smiled faintly. Don't you want to know who it is? I don't. What, afraid it might be someone you know?
Cheap reverse psychology, Hayashi replied.
Enough talk. What is your goal? You didn't come all this way to reminisce. Of course not. Uchihayama fell silent for a moment before asking, Hayashi, how have I treated you over the years?
Very well, Hayashi replied flatly. Aside from exiling me to a remote corner as a child, allowing clan members to bully me, and pretending none of it happened.
I compensated you, Uchihayama said. Without my help, would you have become Orochimaru's disciple? Hayashi cut him off. Get to the point. I want you to join me. Uchihayama stepped forward and extended his right hand. Fugaku is dead. You are alive.
You are the most gifted genius of the Uchiha. I will fully support you as the fourth Hokage. In exchange, become my adopted son and remove a few obstacles. As long as you do that, the position of young clan head will be yours. Hayashi stared at the man whose hair had turned white almost overnight. After a long pause, he shook his head. Clan head, I am truly saddened by your son's death, he said slowly. But you are clearly not thinking straight. Did you forget your medicine before leaving the village? So you're rejecting me? Obviously, Hayashi replied with a shrug. I don't have the habit of calling someone else my father. I expected this, Uchihayama said calmly. Still, I had to ask. Since that's your answer, don't blame me for not offering mercy. Hayashi let out a quiet chuckle. Confidence is admirable. Too much of it becomes arrogance. Do you really think you can kill me? Do you still see me as that child in your study 8 years ago? Even if I leave right now, can you stop me? No, Uchihayama admitted, narrowing his eyes. But if you leave, you will never learn how Kagami died. Hayashi froze. What did you say? I'm sure you heard me. Silence followed. Look around, Uchihayama said softly. Do you know where we are? Hayashi finally examined the surroundings carefully. A forest stretched into the distance. Nearby was a wide, open field. Hidden among the weeds were faint traces of old human activity. This was once a village, Uchihayama continued. One that disappeared long ago. Villages vanish every year in the land of fire, Hayashi replied. Yes, Uchihayama agreed. But this one is special. 14 years ago, an ambush took place here. That ambush forced the remaining villagers to flee. 14 years ago, Hayashi repeated quietly. That's right, Uchihayama said. This is where your father, Uchiha Kagami, was ambushed and killed. His smile deepened. 14 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Aside from one other person, I am the only one who knows the full truth. I made a deal with him. In exchange, I recovered your father's Sharingan. He tapped his left eye lightly. So tell me, do you still want to leave? Hayashi lifted his head. No, he said calmly. I don't want to leave anymore. I want to kill you first, then leave. Uchihayama laughed loudly. Then come. Defeat me, and I will tell you who attacked your father, and who gave me this eye. The snow continued to fall. Chapter 361, Kagami's Death. 942 words. Human thoughts had inertia, and Hayashi had always assumed his true enemy was Madara, lurking in the shadows. But that assumption proved wrong. Ignoring the darkness within the village had been his gravest mistake today. Even if he had misjudged, leaving was not an option. Hayashi and Uchiha had carried a grudge for years, buried but never resolved until now. Orochimaru's last letter had urged him to seize the moment to control the Uchiha clan, yet as long as Yama lived, Hayashi had no chance to influence anything. Now, with Yama coming directly to Hayashi clearly intent on assassination, it was, in the young ninja's mind, a rare opportunity.
Yama claimed knowledge of Kagami's death.
Hayashi felt little personal connection to Kagami, yet the man was still his father's body's original parent. Avenging him, if possible, would not be out of the question. As for why Yama came alone, Hayashi concluded either madness or the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan.
Madness seemed unlikely, leaving the Mangekyo as the plausible explanation. If true, Yama's reckless behavior suddenly made sense. The Mangekyo was forbidden knowledge, even in Konoha, let alone the wider ninja world, only a select few were aware. Deployed mid-fight, it could decide battles instantly. From Yama's perspective, Hayashi was an orphan who, despite training under Orochimaru, had never faced such a power. Surprise would be his ally, and victory nearly certain. Pity for Yama. Hayashi was a transmigrator. If Yama relied on shock tactics, he would be sorely disappointed. The only unknown was the precise ability of Yama's Mangekyo. Each one was unique. With that in mind, Hayashi surged forward, lightning-natured chakra propelling him with blinding speed. Yama vanished just as he moved. The collision of the two forces shattered the ground beneath them. Kunai met chakra, and the terrain tore apart under the sheer intensity of their clash. A single, fluid exchange followed. Hayashi snapped his elbow up, deflecting Yama's probing strike, then hooked the chief's left arm and spun him around to slam him into a massive tree. The recoil launched Yama back, yet he landed with the precision of a trained predator, rebounding almost instantly. His fist struck Hayashi's shoulder, sending him 10 meters backward, and the tree shuddered under the impact, showering snow around them. Before Hayashi could regain his balance, Yama descended from above, a hammer-like force behind his strike. Serpent Shadow Reach. Four black snakes shot from Hayashi's sleeves, coiling midair. He planted himself firmly, and the momentum of his next step cratered the ground. Pivoting, his heel smashed into Yama's chest, yet the impact dissolved into smoke at the last moment. Hayashi's gaze rose. Yama had finished his hand seals, and a fireball had appeared seemingly from nothing. It began small, no larger than a fist, rolling lazily forward. Then, as if untamed, it thundered into a sphere 3 meters wide. Fire release, great fireball technique. The blazing sphere carved a trench through the snow and earth, twisting toward Hayashi with lethal intent. Hayashi countered immediately, spitting a jet of flame 3 meters long. The two attacks collided in a fiery explosion, a miniature mushroom cloud rising between them. Yama was pushing 50, yet his reflexes, chakra, and stamina still carried the weight of experience. Against Hayashi's youth and raw talent, his strength alone could not dominate. As the great fireball technique began to be overwhelmed, Yama's right eye, previously closed, snapped open. Not the familiar three-tomo Sharingan, but a sinister tripedal design. Amaterasu. Black flames erupted, consuming the fire release instantly. Hissing and curling, they surged toward Hayashi like a living tide. Amaterasu bore down relentlessly. Hayashi narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected Yama to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan and wield Amaterasu. Truly, this was the hereditary might of the Uchiha clan. Still, he did not falter. Though Amaterasu's combat power rivaled the great fireball technique, it remained a physical ninjutsu. Respect, yes, but fear, no. In that case, I'll finish this quickly. Hayashi's body glowed with Chidori current, lightning crackling around him, bird-like shrieks tearing through the air. He was not just unleashing raw power, he was seeking extreme speed. 8 gates formation, third gate, gate of life open. The legendary taijutsu technique, long coveted, now surged within him. Trained daily under Due, he had mastered the basics and refined the art. Opening the third gate, the gate of life, green aura radiated outward as speed and power doubled. Stamina recovered rapidly,
and muscles surged with barely contained force.
Chidori Current, Form 3. Lightning-natured chakra and the taijutsu boost combined, surpassing even the fastest hidden ace techniques. Hayashi lunged. His right leg bent, then snapped straight, propelling him at top speed, body skimming the ground. Yama's gaze flicked frantically, yet Hayashi spun and darted, dodging each black flame. He vaulted, arced, and crashed down with mountain-splitting force. Yama had not expected this speed. Before he could react, monster strength fist sent him flying like a broken kite. 3 cycles of movement, 10 seconds in real time, 9 seconds of footwork, but 1 second of impact was enough. Hayashi closed his right hand around Yama's throat, assuming the fight was finished. Yet Yama, bloodied and smiling, spoke softly. "Got you." Before Hayashi could react, instinct screamed danger. He hurled himself backward. Yama's left eye shifted into a new Mangekyo pattern, a tomocross unlike any seen before. 2 different Mangekyo patterns in one person, a first in the ninja world. Hayashi avoided direct eye contact, but it was too late. His body froze. Arms slackened. He sank into a dreamless, paralyzing sleep. Genjutsu Taikajin. == If you want to read more, there are up to 80 chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/F. Chapter 362, Awakening in the Modern World. 979 words. Early in the morning, Hayashi woke from a deep sleep. He blinked against the pale light, rubbing his eyes, and immediately sensed that something was terribly wrong. It wasn't just slightly off, everything about this place screamed danger. What the hell is this place? He sat up, scanning the room. A small device somewhere nearby beeped in rhythm with his own heartbeat. He tried to move his right arm, but a sharp pain shot through it, forcing him to stop. Looking down, he saw an intravenous line pulling on the skin of his forearm. His pulse quickened, and the machine's beeping accelerated in response. Where am I? What am I doing here? Confusion clenched him. Then a sharp, relentless pain throbbed in the back of his head, piercing and unforgettable. Carefully, he raised his left arm, the one without the 4, and pressed his fingers against his scalp, searching for the source. Beneath the tangled mass of hair, he felt a hard, scarred ridge, stitched together by a dozen or more sutures, already partially healed. He closed his eyes, straining to remember what had happened. The last thing he remembered was preparing to strike down Uchiha Yama, when the man said something that forced him into unconsciousness. Calm down, Hayashi muttered to himself, clutching his head. The room's layout suggested a hospital. 3 possibilities immediately came to mind. First, after he had fainted, perhaps Shinosuke had found him and brought him here to some hospital. But judging by the instruments and furnishings, this did not look like Konoha. It resembled large, modern hospitals from his past life. Second, he could have fallen victim to Uchiha Yama's genjutsu. That seemed unlikely, however, since he had avoided looking at Yama's eyes. Then again, the Mangekyo Sharingan was unpredictable. Some genjutsu didn't even require eye contact. Third, after collapsing, Yama might have actually killed him with a kunai, and he had somehow transmigrated again. There was no TV in sight otherwise. Perhaps he could have turned it on to see some mustached man in a suit announcing, "I am Iron Man." The third scenario terrified him most. He did not want another transmigration. Too many unfinished matters weighed on him. Just then, a middle-aged man in surgical scrubs hurried into the room, alerted by the alarms of the heart monitor. His hair was slightly greasy, a thick beard streaked his chin, and behind large lenses, his eyes radiated concern. "Oh, you're awake." "Heavens, that's a miracle," the man said excitedly, rubbing his hands together. Then, with a hint of apology, he introduced himself. "I'm Philip Jameson, Dr. Philip." "What happened to me? Where am I?" "You were in a car accident. Someone brought you here immediately." "A car accident?" Hayashi's mind raced. He wasn't in the ninja world anymore. While he processed this, Dr. Philip pulled out a form and sat beside the bed. "Alright, let's not worry about that yet. We couldn't verify your identity, so we need to fill out your medical record." Switching to a serious tone, he asked, "What is your name?" Hayashi paused, then shook his head. He had no idea what was happening, and he could not risk explaining transmigration. The safest approach was to pretend amnesia. Dr. Philip shone a penlight into his eyes. Occupation? Hayashi remained silent. Any pain anywhere? Headache, he admitted, the blinding light intensifying it. Dr. Philip finally put the light away, grasped Hayashi's wrist, and checked his pulse. What day of the week is it? Hayashi shook his head again. After several more questions, Dr. Philip paused his recording, stood, and spoke softly, his account voice steady and reassuring. Don't worry. Preliminary diagnosis, mild amnesia. Stay still, don't get excited, and rest. Your memory will gradually return. He instructed the nurse nearby to prepare a syringe, then injected the medicine through the fore. This is a mild sedative to calm you, and it will also relieve some pain, he explained. Once the injection was complete, Dr. Philip stood, preparing to leave. Get some sleep. Press the call button if you need anything. The lights went out, and the nurse followed him. Hayashi lay in darkness as the sedative swept through him, threatening to drag him back into sleep. He fought it, forcing his eyes open. He tried to sit, but his body felt like solid cement, resisting every effort. Turning slightly, he faced the window. In the darkness, his shadow was gone, replaced by the towering facade of a building outside. Despite the pounding pain, Hayashi's mind recognized it instantly. Having lived in this state for 20 years, he could not mistake the landmark. His pulse raced as he pressed the call button, despite the sedative coursing through his veins. Dr. Philip returned, panting lightly. Are you all right? Hayashi shook his head. Am I in New York? Good, Philip nodded, as if confirming a thought. Your memory is starting to return. No, Hayashi said, pointing to the tower. I recognize that. That's the Oriental Pearl Tower. Dr. Philip switched the lights back on, revealing the hospital room. The skyline outside faded under the glare. Approaching the bed calmly, he reassured Hayashi. Don't worry. This is retrograde amnesia from your head trauma. It's common, and there will be no permanent brain damage. Hayashi frowned, concern lingering. Dr. Philip continued, and you don't need to worry about expenses. The driver responsible will cover everything. Medical expenses? Hayashi's mind barely registered that concern. What year is it? What's the date? You should rest. I think. What year is it today? He demanded again, the heart monitor sounding urgent. Dr. Philip hesitated, exchanged a glance with the nurse, then whispered, All right, but don't get too excited. It's March 28, 2019. You've been in a coma for almost a year. Hayashi exhaled slowly. He understood now. He hadn't transmigrated, he had returned to his original life. Chapter 363, 10 years in an instant. 935 words. 6 months later, Hayashi had recovered and left the hospital. Dr. Philip was visibly reluctant to let him go. After all, where else could he find such exceptional material? Hayashi received $1 million as compensation for the car accident. After discharge, he used vague memories to locate his family home, but immediately sold the dilapidated property. He had no relatives in this world, and no one had lived in the house for a year. Selling it made the most sense. With the money, he rented a small storefront in a quiet part of town. After tidying it, he moved in. The shop was off the main street, easy to miss unless one looked carefully, but Hayashi didn't mind. He only needed a peaceful place to sort through his thoughts. Had he truly returned from another world, or was he trapped in Uchihayama's Mangekyo Genjutsu? Perhaps everything in the ninja world had been a dream, a hallucination from his vegetative state. But that dream felt far too real. No, that was not a dream, he was certain. Now, he had no way back. The system was gone, and there was no chakra to draw upon. He was just an ordinary person. In the blink of a month,
his storefront was operational. He had once told Makoto that if he ever stopped being a ninja, he would open a bakery.
Now he had.
At first, only nearby neighbors visited, but Hayashi didn't mind. With the compensation money, he could live comfortably without worry.
Though he no longer possessed chakra or the ability to perform jutsu, he could still study knowledge and techniques from the ninja world, such as sealing methods.
Life flowed quietly, like clear water reflecting faint, ethereal glimpses of his past. Every morning, Hayashi rose early, opened the shop, and settled into a chair with a pot of tea, reading silently. Gradually, the residents grew accustomed to their quiet, refined new neighbor.
Time passed swiftly. 2 years flew by. Changes rippled through the town, some neighbors moved, others arrived.
The nearby delicacies closed permanently due to hygiene violations. During these 2 years, Hayashi's bakery prospered, and most townspeople preferred buying from him. The kind-hearted local women often tried to play matchmaker, introducing girls from their square dancing groups, but he politely declined. He was still waiting, biding his time for the day he might return to the ninja world.
Nightfall brought a different sensation.
As neighbors retired and streets emptied, his shop remained the only quiet space. In that solitude, loneliness would quietly creep in.
Another 3 years passed.
Hayashi's bakery doubled in size, and he purchased the storefront outright for convenience. In late autumn, leaves from the willows along the street fell, carried away by the wind, rootless and drifting. Hayashi stepped outside. Though his appearance had barely changed since 5 years ago, his aura had matured completely. The man who had once been so certain about the ninja world now questioned everything. Perhaps his memories of the previous life were the brain's response to trauma, like Teddy Daniels from Shutter Island, a mind constructing alternate reality. Gradually, Hayashi accepted the present world, preparing to live as an ordinary mortal. Years surged by.
In the blink of a decade, Hayashi had entered middle age. He remained alone.
The town's residents moved on, but he refused to leave, becoming known as the most stubborn nail house owner. Frequent checkups with Dr. Philip revealed nothing amiss. Suddenly, a piercing, urgent voice echoed in his mind.
Host, brainwaves abnormal. Warning. Hayashi, as if awakening from a 10-year dream, opened his eyes.
The world around him had vanished. Before him hovered the holographic projection of the system.
Tears streamed down his cheeks.
System, where were you all these years? He asked, voice trembling. The system replied casually, I was here the whole time.
You couldn't see what I was going through?
No, I could only detect abnormal brainwaves and immediately initiated the wake-up procedure.
How long is immediately? 1 second. Hayashi's eyes widened in disbelief. I lived 10 years, but only 1 second passed in reality?
Cold sweat ran down his face.
This genjutsu, it's too powerful, he whispered. What would have happened if you hadn't woken me?
According to the system's calculations, first second, cellular overactivity and damage, second, massive cell death, third, total organ failure, fourth, brain death.
So without the system, I'd be dead now?
Regrettably, yes. If anyone had witnessed Hayashi's battle with Uchihayama, they would have seen a surreal scene. The young man had clearly defeated Yama, grabbed his throat, and then suddenly closed his eyes, appearing to sleep.
Yama, coughing, laughed wildly as if insane.
He believed Taikajin was the ultimate genjutsu. Once activated, no one could escape its cycle of reincarnation.
After several seconds, Yama's expression calmed.
Seeing Hayashi's youthful face rekindled a surge of hatred, and he chuckled softly, die.
Hayashi opened his eyes and nodded. The Chidori in his right hand surged, striking straight through Yama's chest in a single blow. You were hit by Taikajin, how is this possible? Yama staggered back as Hayashi advanced, leaping up and smashing his palm down on his head.
Yama, bleeding from every orifice, tried to rise, but Hayashi delivered a crushing follow-up.
Silver hair disheveled, Yama knelt once more. Hayashi extended his right hand, fingers forming a precise, blade-like grip, and removed the pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Damn. Equals. 100 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 3 bonus chapters. Equals. If you want to read more, check out my Patreon. Patreon.com/F. Chapter 364, The Last Words of Uchihayama. 797 words. Father, nothing must happen to you. As the great battle neared its end, a white figure cloaked in a black robe sprinted along the riverbank.
You must wait for me, Fugaku thought, images of Uchihayama flashing repeatedly through his mind. Despite this, an uneasy feeling gnawed at him. The Uzumaki mask covering Fugaku's face spoke softly, I suspect battle will begin soon. Before that, there are things I need to tell you. What? Fugaku snapped, already irritated from exhaustion. Your opponent is Konoha's lightning flash, the mask said calmly. Your combat power is inferior to mine, and you have been running for 4 hours while injured. What are you saying? Fugaku asked, narrowing his eyes. I'm saying it would be better if I took over for you in this fight, the masked figure replied solemnly. Fugaku shook his head apologetically. I appreciate everything you've done, but it's unnecessary. My father is strong. Even Hayashi might not be able to defeat him. With me added, our strength is enough to surpass Hayashi. But in truth, Fugaku no longer wished to deal with Madara. The mask nodded as if unaware of Fugaku's thoughts. Your body has Hashirama's artificial power. Combining Senju and Uchiha strength could manifest unprecedented power. Fugaku stayed silent. Snow melted around him as the temperature rose, signaling the coming storm. What's happening? Unease gripped him. He leaped to the tallest tree to survey the surroundings. In the distance, a layer of eerie black flames drifted, devouring the forest relentlessly. My companions reported this should be right there, the mask said. Good, let's go. Fugaku roared, plunging from the treetop. Meanwhile, Hayashi, who had ripped out the Mangekyo Sharingan, slumped on the ground, pale as death. Do not be fooled by his calm appearance. 10 years immersed in Taikajin had ravaged every cell in his body. The final strike, if Uchihayama had been more resilient, might have led to a very different outcome. Beside him, Uchihayama lay fading. Snowflakes melted upon his bloodied face as he struggled for breath. Yama smiled faintly. Memories flashed before him. Years ago, when Madara had left the village, it had been a snowy, cold day, filled with gloom. His young self had been shaken by worry for the clan's future, yet the most promising Uchiha youth had comforted him. Shortly after, that youth became a disciple of Senju Tobarama, and their relationship gradually soured. Yama never understood why he resented his childhood friend. He knew Tobarama only took Kagami as a disciple to sway the Uchiha clan, a decision backed by the elders, yet he still hated it. In truth, Yama had fantasized about becoming Tobarama's disciple himself, ascending to clan chief, reaching the peak of power, but Kagami's brilliance overshadowed him. The clan's attention was always on Kagami. The rest were merely supporting characters. Despite his jealousy, Kagami never sought recognition. Even after Tobarama's death, when the clan supported Kagami to contend for third Hokage, he stepped aside to back Hiruzen Sarutobi. Yama's disappointment grew into resentment, and from that day, the two drifted toward opposition. Did he truly hate Kagami? Perhaps not. The distance between them had always been too great to bridge. Now, it was irrelevant. Yama was dying. His lips twitched as he struggled to speak his last words. Kagami was killed by Hiruzen Sarutobi. From now on, the Uchiha clan is entrusted, you. Hayashi's eyes hardened. With a swift, angled handsword strike, he severed Yama's head, ending the Uchiha veteran's life. At that moment, Fugaku broke through the last bushes of the forest. He raised his head, only to see the sight he dreaded most. Hayashi stood over Uchihayama, whose life was fully extinguished. Fugaku froze, the world around him white and silent. Shock and disbelief etched across his face. The Uzumaki mask around Fugaku's cheeks dispersed, then reformed. The two Sharingan in Fugaku's eyes spun rapidly. The left eye formed a 3-petaled flower, the right eye a continuous tomo pattern.
Fugaku's body trembled as he let out a roar, charging toward the black flames.
The mask intervened, poking its head out urgently, that cannot be touched.
But reason had left Fugaku.
Even if he activated the Mangekyo, the mask calculated, he could not match Konoha's lightning flash.
Uchiha Yama had already fallen. Charging recklessly would only reveal their position to the ANBU, who were already on their way. Madara's orders were clear: under no circumstances should their tracks be exposed. The mask sighed.
Fugaku's goal had been achieved. There was no reason to let him continue his reckless charge. Before Fugaku could react, a white fist slammed heavily onto his head.
The Uzumaki mask glanced at the youth handling Yama's corpse, then silently submerged into the earth. Obito Wanabe? Chapter 365, The Legacy of Madara. 1077 words.
Nothing in this world goes as you wish. The longer you live, the more you realize that reality is filled with helplessness, pain, and emptiness. Where there is light, shadows must exist. If a victor exists, a loser must too. If you selfishly cling to peace, war will follow. If you seek to protect, love will inevitably breed hatred. Cause and effect bind everything, nothing can escape, this is reality. After Spiral Face forcibly brought him back that day, Fugaku moved like a walking corpse. Yet Uchiha Madara's words were etched into his mind, echoing relentlessly. Finally, he made his decision. I will sever the karma of this world. Seeing Fugaku's expression of total detachment, Madara smiled in satisfaction. Tell me how to create the world of my dreams, Fugaku demanded. This life-shattering ordeal had utterly changed him. The old Fugaku would never have been so resolute. Madara chuckled softly, unbothered. Look into my eyes. When Fugaku regained focus, he found himself standing in a pure white void. This is my genjutsu space, Madara explained solemnly. For now it is blank, but with my will, I can create and control everything. As long as you link to the Gedo statue and borrow its power, anything becomes possible, great or small. He stretched out his hand, and in an instant, his elderly form shifted to the prime of life. Fugaku was stunned. To reverse age like this was beyond ordinary comprehension. Pleased with his reaction, Madara continued, use this genjutsu to craft your ideal world, project it onto the moon, expand its influence, and draw all humanity within it. Fugaku shook his head. Is too fantastic. I cannot grasp it. Madara's idea was staggering, it was nearly impossible to accept immediately. To explain fully, I must start with the Six Paths Sage and the Ten Tails. He waved his hand, and a stone mural appeared before them. The Ten Tails. Isn't that a creature of myth? Fugaku asked. Every myth has its roots in reality. The tailed beasts scattered across the world are fragments of the Ten Tails' power, divided by the Six Paths Sage. Fugaku pressed further. What proof exists for this? Madara nodded firmly. After obtaining Hashirama cells, I implanted them into my wound. He opened his robe to reveal his chest. At first nothing happened until I neared death, when the Rinnegan awakened. A colossal projection appeared in the sky, Madara, aged, with his Rinnegan visible. Simultaneously, a seal broke, allowing me to summon. The scene shifted. Elderly Madara summoned the Gedo statue. The husk of the Ten Tails, he explained. I call it the Gedo statue, and the sealing location is what humans call the moon. Fugaku was dumbfounded. To create a moon to seal something, such power was godlike. From Madara's tone, Fugaku realized they too could reach divinity. Madara continued, I used the Gedo statue as a medium to propagate Hashirama's cells, producing white zetsu. A colossal tree appeared in the sky, white zetsu hanging from branches like fruit. These artificial humans are copies of Hashirama. Degraded, yet useful. The genjutsu vanished. Fugaku was back in the dim underground base. Madara, calm, said, from today, I will teach you yin-yang release and the techniques of the Six Paths. Yin release, he explained, arises from spiritual energy and imagination, giving form to nothingness. Yang release, drawn from the body's life energy, breathes life into that form.
Together, they form yin-yang release. The Rinnegan you command manipulates yin release, the Hashirama cells within you represent yang release. Master both, and you wield absolute control. He paused, then added, as for the 6 paths techniques. Madara's expression was serene. From the instant the Rinnegan opened, the world within his eyes had transformed, death no longer frightened him. After meticulously explaining yin-yang release and the 6 paths techniques, he rose slowly, tilting his head toward the darkness above. Your body fuses Hashirama's cells with Uchiha blood. Even if you cannot awaken the Rinnegan, controlling the Gedo statue should be within your reach. Fugaku listened intently, while White Setsu stood silently nearby. Then, Madara laid his hand on White Setsu's right shoulder. A sizzling black energy spread across half of White Setsu's body. I am infusing my will into this creature. He is now half of me. When needed, you can use yin-yang release to create more pawns like him. Also, a black rod extended from the artificial White Zetsu beneath the Gedo statue. This rod, forged by my will, allows you to employ the 6 paths techniques at will. That is all. Now it is my turn to wait. When I awaken, the world will change. From this day forward, you may act in the name of Uchiha Madara. Having entrusted everything to Fugaku, Madara snapped the vine at the back of his neck. He drew a deep breath, gesturing that Fugaku could leave. Then, he slowly closed his eyes, death finally arriving. Memories drifted before him like a river. He saw a spiraling tower, its stairs winding ever upward, yet halted before a river, the Naka River, where he had first met Hashirama. There, they had come to know each other and dreamt an impossible dream. Those days were the happiest of his life, yet tragically short. After a moment of nostalgia, Madara continued climbing. Stopping again, he saw his father at the moment of death. Madara, I leave the Uchiha clan to you. Lead our people to glory. He had done so. With his Mangekyo Sharingan, he subjugated nearly every clan except the Senju. The Hyuga became vassals, the Kagaya were driven from their homeland. These were his proudest days. Yet fortune did not last. Soon, Hashirama married the Uzumaki princess, complicating his life. Alone, he sat by the Senju compound until dawn. Most heroic women lament being born female, Madara lamented being born male. He pressed on, witnessing Izuna's death by Tobarama's hand. Izuna entrusted his Sharingan to Madara, but the anguish was unbearable, he would have given his life to save his brother. Those were his darkest days. Near the end, Madara paused before the final open door. We need to name the village. Any ideas, Madara? How about Konoha, the hidden leaf? Too plain, no depth. Watching the scene, Madara allowed himself a rare smile. Those were his most carefree days, believing his dream fulfilled. Yet reality proved otherwise. Resolute, he climbed higher, reaching the summit at last. Death arrived. Hashirama. Madara murmured, closing his eyes. _______. Patreon = Zeph. Chapter 366, Fugaku's Awakening. 1182 words. Uchiha Madara was dead. This should have been a world-shattering event, yet only 3 knew of it, and it sank like a stone into the ocean, causing no ripples. Of course, that was not entirely accurate. Besides Fugaku, one of the other 2 witnesses was a clone, and the other a creation of yin-yang release, neither truly human. What do we do next? After leaving the cave, White Zetsu looked at Fugaku and asked, Are we going to find Nagato? No rush, Fugaku replied. Standing in the sunlight, he squinted slightly, shading his eyes with his hand. Nagato is only 10 years old. There's no point in rushing. Besides, my strength is still too weak, my body hasn't fully recovered, and I haven't mastered yin-yang release yet. We should take it slow. Alright, but that will take some time, Before he could finish, White Zetsu's expression shifted in surprise. Fugaku had extended his palm upward, and without warning, a twisting tree root erupted from it, a clear manifestation of wood release. You can do it, White Setsu said, eyes wide with amazement. Fugaku could now wield wood release. Madara had only just explained the principles of yin-yang release, yet Fugaku had already mastered a branch of it. He truly was extraordinary. Black Zetsu remained silent, his expression unreadable, but internally he felt a pang of frustration. Indra's descendants seemed to grasp Ashura's powers with uncanny ease, whether it was Madara or now Fugaku.
Truly worthy of being Hagoromo's descendants, Black Zetsu thought, a tinge of envy in his mind.
Born of the same mother, Hagoromo and Hamura's descendants could wield her power, but he, the youngest, didn't even possess a normal body. Why was the gap between people so vast?
For millennia, rescuing Kaguya had been Black Zetsu's greatest wish. Now, the desire for a true body had been his spiritual pillar, the one constant that had sustained him. Fugaku, putting aside the millennia-old musings of Black Zetsu, concentrated. He focused his chakra, attempting a stronger wood release. The twisting root broke and fell to the ground. Fugaku surveyed the snapped branch and sighed. No, it's still far from the wood release my father described.
White Zetsu offered encouragement. It's all right. People have differences.
Madara himself said only the first Hokage could compare to him.
Even if you cannot match the first Hokage, basic landscaping is still impressive.
You're really good at comforting people, Fugaku admitted.
No need for politeness.
It is my duty, White Zetsu replied.
Fugaku rolled his eyes and tried again.
Each time, the root snapped under his control, falling to the ground. Frustration grew, and eventually, he lost interest.
Seeing Fugaku's sullen mood, White Zetsu, ever eager, began chattering. Fugaku, you said poop.
Fugaku interrupted sharply.
Didn't I tell you last time?
I know, but I want to experience it myself, White Zetsu said, grinning.
Fugaku raised an eyebrow.
I've heard of a ninjutsu called 1,000 Years of Death. All it requires is a stick to experience, the sensation is similar to.
Are you serious?
White Zetsu looked baffled. I've done intelligence work for years, and I've never heard of such a technique. Fugaku fell silent, remembering that Hayashi had mentioned this technique in passing.
White Zetsu pondered seriously, while Black Zetsu muttered, You're not actually going to try that, are you?
White Zetsu's excitement barely contained itself.
Of course, aren't you curious too? Black Zetsu's expression darkened, though it was hard to tell beneath his shadowed features.
He silently regretted his attachment to White Zetsu. With the sun setting and the moon rising, the three of them sat quietly, each lost in thought.
Finally, Fugaku rose. Seal off the underground space completely. White Zetsu snapped to attention. Understood. I'll leave some clones to ensure Madara's body is hidden. Fugaku replied, falling silent once more. Time passed, and Fugaku eventually murmured, It's time to return.
White Zetsu looked surprised.
You mean back to Konoha? Not me.
You, Fugaku clarified.
What do you mean? I heard Madara say you can transform into others?
That's correct. Apart from a slight reduction in strength, there is no difference in other aspects.
No one can tell. Then create a substitute, transform into my appearance, and go to Konoha.
White Zetsu's confusion deepened. Fugaku explained, although I no longer care for the position of Uchiha clan chief, controlling it will aid in hunting the Ninetales.
At least, it will subtly weaken Konoha. And as for Uchiha Hayashi, he wants the position? As long as I live, that will never happen. Then will you return to Konoha?
Fugaku paused, shaking his head.
Perhaps, perhaps not. I don't know. But until then, you are Uchiha Fugaku. Meanwhile, in Konohagakure, the Hokage's office was tense.
The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat uneasily, a puff of smoke from his pipe drifting out the window.
News had arrived from Shinosuke. Hayashi had fought a major battle and been severely injured. Based on the description of the battlefield, the third Hokage's first thought was Uchiha Yama. He knew Yama had secretly left Konoha, and while he assumed it was to find Fugaku, he never imagined an attack on Hayashi. The crucial point, Hayashi had survived. Which meant Uchiha Yama was dead.
If any ordinary ninja had fallen, it might have been tolerable.
But for the Uchiha to lose both their young clan head and the clan chief within a single year?
That would shake the village. The third Hokage grimaced.
Suppressing the Uchiha clan was politically correct, but not like this.
Stability, after all, was paramount. When Fugaku had died previously, the third Hokage had secretly rejoiced, believing Hayashi's rising prestige would allow him to control the Uchiha clan and groom him into a figure like Uchiha Kagami. His calculations had been sound, but no one could have foreseen this outcome. Public opinion from other villages aside, the immediate concern was appeasing the Uchiha. If mishandled, it could spark the Third Great Ninja War.
Hiruzen Sarutobi's headache worsened.
Yet protecting Hayashi was simple in practice. No one had seen Hayashi strike Uchiha Yama, and the ANBU had been ordered to maintain absolute secrecy.
The problem was the inevitable exposure of Uchiha Yama's disappearance.
Resolving that, and securing Hayashi as the clan chief, became the urgent task. We can only wait for Hayashi to recover and recall him from the daimyo's residence, Hiruzen muttered.
A knock came at the door.
Enter, he said. An ANBU ninja, brown-yellow hair visible beneath a fox mask, stepped in and knelt. Hiruzen cleared his throat.
Nawaki, rise. How many times have I told you?
No need for formality when it's just us.
Aren't you and Minato monitoring the streets? Why are you here? Nawaki stood, voice urgent.
Hokage uncle, while patrolling, Minato and I heard some troubling rumors.
What rumors? Hiruzen asked, unease gnawing at him.
People are spreading word that Konoha's lightning flash killed Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Yama to become the Uchiha clan chief.
What?
The third Hokage sprang to his feet, anger flaring.
Damn it, who started this? Chapter 367, The Clan's Choice. 1067 words. Konoha Naka Shrine.
Uchiha Hikari, dressed in a gray clan uniform, strolled leisurely into the secret assembly hall. After finding his seat, he casually glanced around. Unlike past gatherings, filled with spirited energy, today the clansmen seemed listless, as if their backbone had been stripped away.
Uchiha Hikari sighed.
The last time he had witnessed such a scene was when Uchiha Madara had left the village. 30 years had passed in the blink of an eye, yet the Uchiha clan remained stagnant, flickering like a candle in the wind. As he lowered his gaze, preparing to rest, a soft voice came from beside him. Fourth Elder, why are you here as well? Uchiha Hikari turned and saw an old man with a square face approaching, eyes wide with surprise.
I was about to ask you the same.
The day before yesterday, when I asked you to join me for a drink, didn't you say you were leading a team to investigate the clan chief's death?
Why are you back now?
Alas, wasn't I summoned by the Grand Elder's secret letter? Sixth Elder Uchiha Makoto coughed lightly, speaking in a low voice.
By the way, what's happening in the clan now? Why call a gathering all of a sudden?
Hikari smirked.
I don't know either. The Grand Elder and Uchiha can decide it.
Perhaps, they intend to elect a new clan chief.
All 7 elders were present.
Though old, with bodies half bent by age, their authority remained unquestionable.
This assembly clearly signaled a major announcement.
With both the clan chief and young clan head dead, leadership was vacant. Determining a successor was undoubtedly the most urgent matter. Investigating the cause of death could wait.
Life always demanded attention over the dead, and Hikari couldn't help recalling the rumors from 2 days ago.
Though quickly suppressed by the third Hokage, in a sensitive moment such unrest could not be ignored. Be careful with your words, Makoto whispered, hair thinning from age.
We are all alive, Hikari replied coldly. This gathering is of utmost importance.
The daimyo did not summon Hayashi back.
What does that mean? Clearly, something unusual is happening. Makoto's eyes widened. Do you mean, the Grand Elder plans to bypass Hayashi and decide the clan chief now?
Hikari's lips curved into a sneer.
It's not impossible. When Fugaku died, I recommended Hayashi as the young clan head, but the former clan chief was consumed with vengeance and never finalized it. Now that he is dead, it's only natural people would suspect the Grand Elder's intent. It's hard to say, Makoto admitted, frowning. Let's wait and see what the Grand Elder announces. Exactly, Hikari said with a faint smile. And today's discussions can hardly remain secret until the meeting begins. As attendees trickled in, Grand Elder Uchiha Yun waved his hand, signaling the start. The host, Uchiha Kan, the late clan chief's right hand and vice captain of the military police, approached the stone podium. His presence hushed the room. In the past year, our clan has suffered greatly, Kan began solemnly. The clan chief and young clan head have both passed away. This weighs heavily on my heart. He wiped moist eyes before continuing. We cannot remain without leadership. This gathering is to announce the clan chief candidate. Due to the sensitivity of this matter, we request strict confidentiality from all present. The hall buzzed with whispers, eyes darting between one another. Clan chief election? Many had guessed at today's discussion, but none expected this. The most crucial individual, Hayashi, was absent. A hero of the Second Great Ninja War, his feats at age 11 had shaken the ninja world. His fame and military prowess made him the natural hope of the Uchiha clan, a potential savior to restore its glory. Yet, he was not present, a scenario as absurd as selecting the fourth Hokage without the Sannin's appearance. Arguments erupted across the hall. Hayashi didn't come. I suspect a conspiracy. Conspiracy? He's too young. Strong, yes, but can the clan chief allow a 14-year-old boy to lead? He'll be 15 after New Year. The first Hokage led the Senju clan at 15, Madara at 16. What's the issue? Hayashi can't be compared to them. Why not? His current strength surpasses Madara and the first at the same age. Surpasses, you dare say that? Might as well claim he could defeat anyone in the world. It's true. Haven't you heard the third Hokage call him the most outstanding Uchiha ninja, second only to himself? The debates grew louder, threatening to escalate into a full-scale martial display. Hikari and Makoto exchanged glances, recognizing the chaos. Clearing his throat, Uchiha Kan called for attention. Everyone, quiet. You have all heard the village rumors. Shen is suspected of killing the clan chief, therefore he is not included in this election. A stunned silence swept the hall. Hikari whispered, back then, they claimed Uchiha Yama killed Kagami, and he still became clan chief. Isn't this the same situation? Exactly, he continued, voice cold. Those spreading rumors are fools or malicious, or both. Their goal is to disrupt the Uchiha clan. This is a time of turmoil. We must unite. If we cannot trust our own, how can we trust those who gossip in shadows? Vice Captain, your thoughts? Before Kan could respond, Grand Elder Uchiha Hikari interjected. Regarding Hayashi, let me clarify. His absence is not due to suspicion or negligence. He has a mission. Everyone knows he is a guardian ninja, but he also now leads an ANBU squad in the Land of Water's intelligence operations. He cannot be spared. His words resonated like a ripple, calming the anxious clansmen. Hayashi's rise to prominence within ANBU was unprecedented, the clan's hope and star of the future. Kan's expression soured. He had relied on Grand Elder Hikari's support and Danzo's promise, secretly cultivating allies over the years. The clan chief position seemed secure, yet now, Hikari's decision disrupted all plans. Let's vote. Those supporting Hayashi, raise your hands. With Hikari's endorsement, 4 of the 7 elders raised their hands, plus Hikari himself, 5 in total. Kan froze. His era, it seemed, had not yet begun. Everyone has seen the result. I announce the next clan chief, Uchiha Hayashi. Before Hikari could finish, the door burst open. A guard, wide-eyed, gasped, the young clan head, he's back. A hush fell over the room. _______. Patreon equals _____Zef. Chapter 368, Sage Training at Mount Mayaboku. 1026 words. Within the ninja world, there are 3 holy lands, Mount Mayaboku, Ryuchi Cave, and the Shikatsu Forest. Their names alone hint at their extraordinary nature, yet only those blessed with a true opportunity may enter. Jiraiya, of course, had plenty to say on the matter. As a boy, he had been slow-witted, lecherous, and lazy. Even among the so-called dead-last students, he stood out. One day, while performing a reverse summoning jutsu, he stumbled straight into Mount Mayaboku, beginning the legend of his life. Mount Mayaboku, one of the 3, lies far from any human settlement. A journey from Konoha takes a full month, and entry without the secret method is impossible. No humans disturb its peace. Removed from the strife of the outside world, every creature here forms a natural hierarchy. Giant lotus leaves float across tranquil waters, where toads lounge without concern. Sky and lake glow amber, untouched by war, teeming with life, a true paradise. Before a modest waterfall, the roar never ceases. The cascade sprays golden mist, for the water here carries the secret essence of Mount Mayaboku, harnessed to aid the formation of sage chakra. Along the bank stand rows of towering toad statues. They are not carved, they are the ninja who failed in their sage training, turned to stone as warnings to future seekers. Yet the toads, long familiar with this system, found a unique solution. A black rod etched with special patterns can channel natural energy safely into a student's body. Seated in meditation before the waterfall, Jiraiya yelped and rubbed his head. Failed again. The gray-cloaked Fukasaku, arms folded and twirling a rod, shook his head. Don't rush. Sage chakra isn't mastered overnight. You're progressing fast enough. Really? Jiraiya perked up. Of course, not. Fukasaku rolled his eyes. I've hit you until my shoulder aches, yet you've barely passed the first stage. I've never seen such a blockhead. Can't you focus? Must you drive me to my grave? Jiraiya pouted, shifting blame. It's not all my fault. My stomach's growling, how can I concentrate? Is the food that bad? I've eaten it for centuries and still enjoy it. That's because you've never seen the world, cooped up in Mount Mayaboku, Jiraiya muttered, glancing at a huge toad hugging a sake bottle. Gamabunta, back me up. Gamabunta wiped his mouth and set the bottle down. Take the brew the kid brought, pure nectar. You won't leave, and neither will I. Fukasaku's white brows furrowed. Leave for what? You're barely grown and already soaked in bad habits, smoking, drinking. Where is the dignity of a toad sage? I warned you, don't copy him, yet you never listen. Jiraiya jumped up, stamping. Fukasaku-sama, that's unfair. So Gamabunta's habits are my fault? Isn't it? How? I neither drink nor smoke, why smear my good name? And who keeps finding him pretty female toads to date? Fukasaku added dryly. Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly, ruffling his hair. I just thought he needed guidance. With my vast experience, a little advice won't hurt. He's still a child. Fukasaku scoffed. Jiraiya glanced at the towering Gamabunta, stunned. Since when was a kid this big? Fukasaku snorted. Don't judge toads by human years. By our count, Gamabunta is still an adolescent, just an early bloomer. Fine, enough bickering. Shima arrived carrying lunchboxes. Little Jiraiya, hubby, come eat. Fukasaku, the great toad sage, set down the rods, grabbed a bowl, and polished off the rice in a few mouthfuls. He handed it back to Shima, grinning. Wifey, another bowl, another bowl. Jiraiya quickly offered his own. Lord Fukasaku, please eat mine instead. Weren't you starving? Shima asked skeptically. I'm fine. I was just pretending to slack off, Jiraiya admitted. Shima sighed. I know you don't like my cooking, little Jiraiya, but that's okay. She pulled another bowl from the bento and smiled. I learned some human recipes. These new dishes are specially for you, try them. Jiraiya's brows shot up. What's on the menu? Charred cicadas, braised millipedes, stewed centipedes. My stomach's acting up. Bathroom break. You two start without me. Jiraiya clamped a hand over his mouth and bolted. Fukasaku looked on in regret. Little Jiraiya doesn't know good food when he sees it, he said, turning to Shima. Give it to me. With your skill, you should open a diner in Konoha. Business would boom. Shima laughed. I'll make little Jiraiya my official taste tester then, huh? Jiraiya staggered, nearly face-planting. Yet under Shima's watchful eye, he obediently finished the bug banquet. After a short rest, he sat cross-legged, drawing in natural energy. Balancing body and mental energy was simple, that's the foundation of chakra control. But add natural energy and maintain balance while producing sage chakra, that was brutal. Too little natural energy and sage chakra could not form, too much, and one risked turning into a toad, at which point Fukasaku would whack you. The surrounding toad statues bore grim testimony. Still, Jiraiya had no intention of quitting. After 2 years of wandering, his growth had slowed to a crawl. He'd hit a ceiling. Step by step, he could gain experience and refine ninjutsu, but at best, he'd reach Kage level, nothing more. To break through, one needed either a bloodline or a cheat. Bloodline was out, Jiraiya was a commoner. Talent-wise, he was average. So, the only option, cheat. Luckily, he possessed the ultimate cheat, sage arts. Even learning the techniques sharpened chakra control and ninjutsu application. Failure only led to growth. Besides, is there anything in this world the great Jiraiya cannot learn? Pop. A soft sound, Jiraiya's face ballooned, showing subtle toad-like features. Without hesitation, Fukasaku cracked him on the head. Focus. Right, Jiraiya sighed, readjusted, and reached out to draw natural energy. Just then, a little toad hopped over and shouted, Lord Fukasaku. The great toad sage has awakened and requests Jiraiya immediately. Fukasaku froze. Another vision of the future? Little Jiraiya, pause here. Come with me to see the great toad sage. Jiraiya opened his eyes, nodding. The great toad sage, another prophecy? Possibly, Fukasaku replied. Suspend your training and follow me. With that, he hopped off the platform and headed down the steps. Chapter 369, Prophecies of the Great Toad Sage. 968 words. It was born in the era of Kaguya, active during the time of the Sage of Six Paths, and had once chatted jovially with the reincarnation of Azura. It possessed incredible skill, could croak tunes both muddled and wise, and a mysterious smile often lingered at the corner of its mouth. Now, though it had retired from the front lines, it still intervened in matters of importance, and its words carried weight. Rumors once claimed it had passed away, and over time, the world had largely forgotten it. Today, only a few knew for certain whether it was still alive. It was the great toad sage, Gamamaru. Gamamaru's life was steeped in legend. In its youth, it had served as mentor to the Sage of Six Paths, guiding him in sage jutsu and aiding in the overthrow of Kaguya's rule. For the next 1,000 years, it quietly observed the ninja world, using prophecy to guide successive generations and thwarting Black Zetsu's attempts to revive his mother. Some regarded it as a symbol of longevity, others became its disciples, spreading toadology for life. Some even speculated it was a time traveler. The truth, however, had long been lost to history. Leaving aside sensationalist tales, Hayashi, guided by Fukasaku, ascended the steps into the depths of Mount Mayaboku. The first sight to greet him was a standing stone pillar, marking the temple gate. Beyond it, a building resembled a sacrificial hall, its central doors open. The main hall had weathered time but radiated a simple, ancient majesty that inspired awe. Inside, the space was modest but allowed the entire scene to be seen at once. Directly opposite the entrance was a colossal seat, flanked by giant scrolls inscribed with jutsu formulas. Seated upon it was an aged toad, wearing an oil necklace and a cap resembling a scholar's hat. The great toad sage. Old Lord, Fukasaku greeted respectfully. Hayashi looked up, feeling the immense chakra emanating from the sage. Even without sensory abilities,
the pressure was almost overwhelming.
Probably only a tailed beast could match it. Truly a toad god, Hayashi thought.
The great toad sage opened its eyes slowly, a slit forming in its round gaze.
It looked at Fukasaku, then at Hayashi, and asked with a confused croak, "Who are you?" Fukasaku patiently reminded him, "It's little Hayashi."
"Oh, right, the great toad sage nodded. Hayashi wiped a bead of non-existent sweat from his forehead, smiling awkwardly.
Fukasaku's expression turned serious. "Old Lord, have you summoned little Hayashi with new instructions?" Hayashi's face shifted to seriousness. The great toad sage paused, then asked, its voice ancient and gravely, "What is your name again?" Hayashi's serious expression collapsed. He looked at the sage, speechless. Fukasaku intervened gently, "Old Lord, it's Hayashi.
Shima muttered from the side, "Honestly, you called him over, and now you act forgetful, old toad."
Fukasaku waved her off. "Mother, how can you speak to Old Lord that way?"
"I'm just telling the truth," Shima replied. "Enough bickering," the great toad sage said, his eyes widening slightly.
"A couple should live in harmony. I summoned Hayashi because I had a dream." A prophecy," Fukasaku added. Hayashi leaned forward. "What kind of dream?"
"In it, the entire ninja world disappears."
"What?" Not just Hayashi, but even Fukasaku and Shima were shocked.
The ninja world had existed for centuries.
For it to vanish entirely, what could possibly happen? Hayashi frowned.
"Great toad sage, you once said my disciple would bring a major change to the ninja world, leading to either stability or destruction.
Why does it now point to outright destruction?"
The great toad sage fell silent, then said slowly, "Prophecies have never been wrong, but this one is different."
At a certain point, changes occurred. "Changes?" Hayashi asked.
"A person who belongs neither to the past nor the future has appeared in the ninja world. His existence causes everything to shift, and this change may lead to the complete disappearance of the ninja world."
"Is this disappearance good or bad?" The sage's tone became erratic. "I do not know."
"But your disciple will be involved, guiding humanity either toward stability or destruction."
Hayashi fell silent.
He now had 4 disciples, Minato and the 3 orphans from the Rain Village. Because of the Rinnegan, he had believed Nagato was the child of prophecy. Now, he was uncertain. The great toad sage's gaze shifted skyward. It remembered when it first brought Hagoromo to Mount Mayaboku centuries ago, facing Kaigaya's threat and guiding him to seal her. Now, thousands of years later, the world faced a new threat, but the final outcome remained unseen. It could only hope that this repeating destiny would finally conclude.
The centuries of aiding Hagoromo's descendants had left it weary.
Lost in thought, the great toad sage drowsily closed its eyes and fell asleep.
Hayashi looked at Fukasaku. "I will continue training. No matter what the future holds, I will become stronger." Fukasaku nodded. "That is the way."
Hayashi bent down, hoisting the 2 great sages onto his shoulders, and walked toward the hall's exit.
"By the way, Lord Fukasaku, can Minato learn sage jutsu too?" Fukasaku shook his head. "Little Minato is too young.
His chakra reserves are small, and it takes time to activate sage mode in battle.
Let us wait another 2 years." Hayashi nodded. "I was too impatient."
Shima, meditating nearby, opened her eyes and asked suddenly, "Hayashi, something I've always wanted to ask.
You went on a trip with little Tsunade before, why come to Mount Mayaboku? Where is she?" Hayashi gritted his teeth.
"I'm looking for her too, but she'd better pray I don't find her."
"Why?"
"Because I'll break her legs."
Shima blinked.
_______.
Send your power stones, now. Pretty please, Epsilon. Chapter 370, Recovery. 862 words. Achoo.
Hayashi wiped his nose, feeling a little off.
Nono handed him a tissue from her pocket. "Sensei, do you have a cold?" Hayashi shook his head. No, just been sneezing a lot lately. Probably someone casting a curse behind my back. It wasn't impossible. Over the years, Hayashi had tangled with plenty of enemies, some careless, some vengeful. But experience had taught him that once the storm passes, the worry fades. I earned what I have through my own skills. Why should I worry about their schemes, he muttered, tossing an empty wine bottle aside. How far to the daimyo's residence? Rummaging through her pack, Uzumaki Kana produced a worn map of the Land of Fire, scanning it quickly. About 50 ri. 50 ri, Hayashi echoed, shading his eyes from the dazzling sun. All right, let's rest a bit, no need to rush. Ever since receiving the third Hokage's letter, they had pressed forward day and night. In less than 2 days, they had traveled from the Land of Demons to the daimyo's residence. Hayashi didn't mind the journey, but Nono and Kana were clearly exhausted. After a brief rest, they resumed their march and within half an hour reached the daimyo's residence. Showing their credentials, they were admitted to Tenshikaku. How's Rei? Hayashi asked, stepping into the room where Makoto and Himeji stood. Lady Hayashi, the two women exclaimed, bowing quickly and stepping aside. Seeing the unconscious Uchiha youth lying on the bed, Hayashi frowned. This serious? Aside from that incident at the Ninja Academy, it was the first time he'd seen Rei in such a state. He rolled up his sleeves and began his examination. On the surface, there were almost no external wounds. But a closer look revealed massive cellular damage throughout his body. It felt like the aftermath of an advanced jutsu, one that forced cells to divide rapidly to heal, but if mismanaged, could shred the body from within. His brain activity is abnormal. Could this be a mental attack? Hayashi muttered. He had never seen injuries quite like this and couldn't recall any jutsu in the ninja world that caused such effects. Still, it wasn't beyond his expertise. 2 years on the road had sharpened his medical ninjutsu skills, alongside the countless battles and missions he'd faced. All right, you two, step out. Leave this to the professional, Hayashi instructed. No, Kana, prep for surgery. 2 days later, Hayashi lay on his bed, bored. He hadn't expected to collapse after killing Uchiha Yama. The Mangekyo was overwhelming. Without the system, he would have been dead long before reaching this point. Thinking back, a chill ran down his spine. 2 years of growth had sharpened his perspective. The ninja world was vast, full of experts and unpredictable powers. Even Kage-level shinobi weren't guaranteed safety. Why get cocky just because he was a jonin? Mid-self-lecture, a gentle voice called from the doorway. What are you doing? Hayashi looked up, smiling at Himeji as she entered. Thinking about what to eat for lunch. What would you like? I can make it. Anything's fine. I'm not picky. Himeji giggled. Then why do your scrolls always carry dozens of bento Makoto made whenever we travel? Who survives on dry rations alone? Besides, you didn't eat any less than I did, Hayashi said. Himeji flushed and placed the lunchbox on the table. Lifting the lid, the aroma filled the room. Smells amazing. Really? Really? Side by side on the bench, they ate. As time passed, Himeji's chopsticks began to tremble slightly. Noticing, Hayashi glanced at her and saw her eyes rimmed with red. Himeji, what's wrong? She wiped her eyes, voice breaking. Her usual calm facade crumbled as tears rolled down. Next time, don't face it alone. Makoto and I, we were so scared. Sorry. I was careless. Won't happen again. Hayashi lifted a chicken leg from his bowl and placed it in hers. Extra drumstick, my apology. Flustered, Himeji glanced at the leg, snow drifting outside. Yet her cheeks burned as if from embarrassment. As she hesitated, the door opened. Tsunade entered, wearing a green jacket emblazoned with the kanji for gamble. Himeji jumped up to greet her. Am I interrupting? Tsunade asked with a grin, noticing their lunchboxes. Cheeks still red, Himeji stammered, no.
Hayashi tilted his head slightly, noticing the subtle difference in the two no's.
Tsunade seemed to understand, chuckling softly. Himeji, give us a minute. I need to speak with Hayashi.
Sure. Himeji mechanically picked up her lunchbox and left, her step stiff.
Tsunade's gaze settled on Hayashi.
She paused, then nodded.
Not bad, recovering well. All thanks to my sensei's medical ninjutsu, he replied. Even the finest technique can't mend every wound overnight.
She rubbed her chin thoughtfully.
Hayashi, do you have Senju blood? Ha? I mean, did any of your ancestors marry into the Senju?
Hayashi broke into a cold sweat.
What do you think? Ha, I suppose not. Tsunade laughed awkwardly.
Still, it's incredible, a kid from the Uchiha clan with such regenerative power.
Honestly, I'm getting more and more curious about your body. Hayashi stayed silent, letting her observations hang in the air. Chapter 371, Secrets and Conspiracies. 1018 words.
When someone is curious about another's body, there are generally two situations.
For example, Orochimaru, when he studies someone's body, it's purely scientific curiosity, like a mad scientist examining a rare treasure. But if it's Jiraiya, that's undeniably harassment.
Even if you punch him, there's no room for misunderstanding. As for Tsunade Hime, Hayashi secretly hoped she belonged to the first category, but he lacked the courage to recklessly test her limits, and he certainly wouldn't say, "I'm also very interested in your body." Tsunade didn't care about hesitation, her answer was always a punch.
Still, she was undeniably curious about Hayashi's body.
As everyone knew, super recovery abilities and immense chakra reserves were usually associated with the Senju and Uzumaki clans. The Uchiha, on the other hand, were less remarkable.
Yet here was Hayashi, an Uchiha with staggering regenerative power and an absurdly large chakra pool. For Tsunade, it was almost unbelievable. After the surgery, she drew a tube of Hayashi's blood for testing. Fortunately, nothing abnormal was found, effectively ruling out any tampering by Orochimaru. Further analysis revealed that Hayashi's cells were incredibly active, brimming with chakra akin to Senju blood. Still, Tsunade could find no record of Senju Uchiha intermarriage in his family.
She could only attribute it to pure talent. The ninja world often left matters at that, talent, or a rare bloodline limit. The truth of the system was unknown to her.
Seeing Tsunade deep in thought, Hayashi rolled his eyes. Sensei, didn't you say you needed to talk to me?
She intertwined her hands, placing them on her lap.
It's about Uchiha Yama. You already know? Hayashi raised an eyebrow. Tsunade rolled her eyes and pouted. Is it that hard to guess?
You fought someone, suffered severe injuries, and the death of the Uchiha clan head is already making waves in the land of fire.
Who wouldn't notice? Konoha already knows? Not quite.
Only the third Hokage is aware.
He covered for you and sent a secret letter asking me to treat you. Good, Hayashi breathed a sigh of relief. The death of the Uchiha clan head was a serious political incident.
If it became public, he would have no choice but to become a rogue ninja.
Yet Tsunade's next words made his heart race. There are already rumors in the village saying you killed Uchiha Yama. Hayashi frowned deeply.
I just killed him, and rumors are already spreading.
I smell a conspiracy. He smiled faintly. Seeing this, Tsunade asked, did you notice something unusual? Yes. Hayashi nodded.
Before Uchiha Yama died, he claimed my father was killed by the third Hokage.
That's impossible. Tsunade stood, anger flashing.
Your father fully supported the third Hokage's rise.
He would never harm your father. This is clearly an attempt to sow discord. Hayashi nodded, understanding.
According to Uchiha Yama, Kagami had been ambushed, both his eyes removed, and one ended up in Yama's hands via a transaction.
Hayashi had suspected either Madara or Danzo.
Madara, hidden in the shadows, might orchestrate such a scheme to weaken Konoha. Danzo, however, with his criminal record, was more likely to commit such acts directly.
With the rumors considered, suspicion narrowed toward Danzo. So, the other eye is with Danzo? Seeing Hayashi remain silent, Tsunade tapped the table. What are you thinking? I'm figuring out who did it. Tsunade sighed, her expression solemn. Hayashi, I can guarantee it has nothing to do with the third Hokage. Sensei, I know. You don't have to worry about me impulsively becoming a rogue ninja. Tsunade pouted. You can't be sure. You Uchiha aren't quite normal in the head. Hayashi rolled his eyes. Don't glare at me, my second grandfather said it. Of course. By the way, one thing I don't understand. Why did Uchiha Yama try to kill you? She asked after a pause. You two shouldn't have any enmity, right? He said it was for my eyes. Eyes again. A look of disgust crossed Tsunade's face. Uchiha Madara once took his brother's eyes. You Uchiha truly are ruthless. Who told you that? My second grandfather. Can you really trust him? Hey kid, why do I feel like you're cursing me in your heart? Hayashi shook his head quickly. I swear, I absolutely didn't, he added silently, I only cursed your second grandfather. Tsunade stared, then smiled sweetly. Forget it. It doesn't matter. I'll forgive you today. Ha? Hayashi's chest tightened with a bad premonition. Tsunade reached up, fiddled with her ear, and chuckled. I've already collected your remuneration for the past 2 years from the daimyo. Sensei, I want a curse. Tsunade leaned back, crossed her legs, and chuckled. Go ahead. The money's already mine, but only one sentence. Your second grandfather's. Done. We're even now, no one owes anyone anything, she said, patting Hayashi's shoulder. The daimyo was generous, gave a lot of money, so much I almost want to be a guardian ninja myself. I beg you, stop talking, Hayashi muttered. Ha, enough jokes. Let's get down to business. Tsunade's tone shifted. Hayashi, on behalf of the third Hokage, your career as a guardian ninja is over. Return to the village immediately. Am I taking over the Uchiha clan? I'm not fully aware of the village situation, but if you want to take over, there might be complications. Oh? Uchiha Fugaku is back. What? Hayashi was genuinely shocked. The third Hokage didn't explain clearly. In short, your family is in chaos. Then I'll have Makoto and Himeji pack. What about the daimyo? The third Hokage will inform him. You don't need to worry. Anbu duties can be handed to Shinosuke. Sensei, will you come back with us? Tsunade shook her head. Too many annoying things in the village. But Nono and Kana can return with you. They're talented, and I've taught them all I can. The rest is for them to train well at Konoha Hospital. If I don't let them go back soon, someone will be angry with me. Hayashi raised an eyebrow, catching a subtle, sour scent in the air, the unmistakable stench of love. ______. Patreon = Zeph. Chapter 372, Returning Home. 907 words. We'll head back to the village tomorrow. Are your things packed? In the small courtyard, Hayashi sealed the last bundle of luggage into a scroll, then looked up and asked Makoto. All done. Without looking up, Makoto watered the potted plants with a kettle. Watching her move gracefully, Hayashi fetched a small stool and sat beside her. After a moment, he spoke, if you're so attached to them, why not just take everything back to Konoha? Makoto shook her head. I promised Princess Tamako I'd leave them here. Taking them back would be rude. It's fine, I can always grow them again at home. Resting his chin on his hand, Hayashi murmured, I've collected plenty of seeds for you too, but will your little garden have space? Probably not, Makoto replied thoughtfully. Then I'll plant them in your garden. But mine is full as well. Straightening, Makoto stared into his dark eyes. What are you implying? I sense hidden meaning in your words. Hayashi's gaze drifted. The old house is small and shabby. There's so much open land around, why not build a new house with a bigger garden? That way, I wouldn't have to run to your place every day. A blush crept across Makoto's cheeks. You mean, live together? Not exactly. 2 houses, but close enough to feel like one. Makoto's lips curved into a soft smile. Your idea sounds nice. Right? You like it too? Hayashi's eyes lit up, hopeful. But I refuse. Really? Must you be so direct? Hayashi muttered in protest, but at that moment, Jiku appeared at the gate. The boy rose to greet him. Jiku-senpai, what brings you here at this hour? Jiku smiled. You're leaving for Konoha tomorrow morning, I came to see you off. After offering him a stool, Hayashi said apologetically, we'd like to stay longer, but the third Hokage issued orders, we have to return. No matter. We all knew parting was inevitable. Jiku pressed his palms together. Actually, I'll be leaving soon myself. Back to the Temple of Fire? Yes. After Kakuzu's assault, the temple suffered heavy losses, I'm returning to become abbot. Hayashi raised an eyebrow, so even a guardian ninja can't escape the family business. The soon-to-be abbot didn't notice and continued, there's another reason I came today. He produced a scroll from within his robe. As the only temple in the Land of Fire, its century-old significance extended beyond symbolism, holding treasured knowledge such as the ninjutsu in Jiku's hand. Secret art, welcoming 1,000 hands, a temple technique. This scroll contains detailed instructions, a parting gift. This gift is far too precious. Jiku shook his head. It's only a ninjutsu. Had you not defeated Kakuzu, the Temple of Fire might no longer exist. Consider it gratitude. Then, thank you. Alright, I won't disturb you further. With a final nod to Hayashi and Makoto, Jiku left, walking into the distance. Watching him fade, Makoto sighed. Jiku-senpai is truly a good person. Yeah, Hayashi agreed. There's a reason the Temple of Fire remains a major power in the Land of Fire. Now, let's continue discussing the house. In your dreams, Makoto snorted, spun, and ran inside. January of Konoha's 35th year brought deep snow across the Land of Fire. Through the harsh weather, Hayashi returned to the village after 2 years as guardian ninja, accompanied by 2 disciples of Tsunade Haim. Lord Hayashi, registration is complete. A gate guard greeted respectfully. Though all were jonin, the honorific lord fit naturally. Hayashi had just stepped down from guardian ninja duty, he held no administrative rank in Konoha, yet his strength and reputation ensured high regard. After registering, Makoto, Himeji, Yanayu, and Kana parted ways for home, while Hayashi strolled casually into the Hokage building. Umbu Jonin nearby melted from sight, some matters weren't for their ears, and they knew it. You're back. The third Hokage, unseen for years, stood at a second-floor window, gazing at the snow-filled sky. Konoha Jonin Hayashi pays respects to Lord Third Hokage. Hayashi advanced 2 steps, dropping to one knee in respect. The etiquette for returning from a mission could not be skipped. Looking at the youth who had grown from chest-high to nearly his own height, the third Hokage's lined face filled with sighs. These 2 years serving as guardian ninja at the daimyo's residence were hard on you. Hayashi stood. It was my duty, no hardship is too great for the village. The third Hokage seated him, patting the desk. You did well in Umbu as well, Shinnosuke often praises you. Regarding the Hidden Mist village, I'd like your opinion. Recently, the Hidden Mist shifted from total lockdown to partial openness, sending scraps of news across the seas. Ninja everywhere remained cautious, unsure how to respond. Hayashi replied calmly, Village of the Bloody Mist, those were the third Mizukige's own words. The village enforces iron-blooded policies. Any clash with Kirigakure will turn violent at the slightest dispute, that's now the norm. The third Hokage sighed. How did it come to this? 2 years ago, the third Mizukage seemed different, and those trade agreements. They no longer count.
If war breaks out again, Hidden Mist will likely strike first.
I recommend strengthening defenses against surprise attacks.
The third Hokage considered, then shook his head. A large-scale war is unlikely soon. Tsunegakure and Iwagakure haven't fully recovered. Hayashi felt helpless. Precisely because they haven't recovered, they might strike, yet no one realizes it yet.
Chapter 373, Intrigue. 1088 words.
The death of the third Kazekage had sparked the Third Ninja World War, something no one could have predicted.
Yet that event was merely the fuse. Without the Kazekage's death, there might have been another Mizukage. Whatever the spark, war had long since become unavoidable.
Hayashi could not reveal these thoughts to the third Hokage. Any warning would be dismissed as mere speculation. In prosperous times, claiming that war would erupt in 2 years was considered madness. All Hayashi could do now was strengthen himself as much as possible. Noticing the boy's distant expression, the third Hokage cleared his throat.
Next, let's discuss the Uchiha issue.
Hayashi focused, meeting the Hokage's gaze. The third Hokage weighed his words carefully.
The Uchiha clan head's suspicious death will be investigated thoroughly. The village will not allow any culprit to go free.
I had planned to put you in charge. You have the status and strength to handle it. However, due to certain groundless rumors, you must avoid suspicion. So I will assign it to Orochimaru. You, as his disciple, will assist him.
Unwilling? No.
I will help my sensei find the cause of the clan head's death as quickly as possible. Inwardly, Hayashi grumbled, investigating yourself, classic third Hokage. With strategies like that, it was no wonder he held his title. Seeing the Hokage reach for his pipe, Hayashi sprang up, fetched it, and offered, "Allow me to light it for you." The third Hokage accepted calmly. After 2 puffs, he shook his head.
That isn't the worst of it. Uchiha Fugaku has returned, were you aware?
I heard from Lady Tsunade. He returned at the perfect moment, just as the clan meeting proclaimed you as the new clan head. In name, however, he remains the young head. With the former head dead, he should inherit the post.
Consequently, the clan is in chaos, split into 2 camps.
One supports Fugaku, the other, led by 4th Elder Uchiha Hikari, supports you. Grand Elder Uchiha Yun backs you, but to prevent division, he has temporarily assumed headship with a 3-year term.
3 years? Exactly. In 3 years, all Jonin of the clan will vote to elect the head.
The third Hokage paused.
This isn't unprecedented.
When Uchiha Madara left the village, the headship remained vacant for a long time. Later, when your father competed with Uchiha Yama, they also had a 3-year agreement. For various reasons, Kagami ultimately lost.
Do you understand? You wish me to become Uchiha clan head?
The third Hokage said solemnly, yes.
What your father could not complete, I hope you will. Hayashi nodded.
The third Hokage smiled. I will not interfere in clan affairs, it is entirely up to you.
Do you know what to do?
Hayashi thought for a moment, then grinned. What will I do? I'll return to the clan and live quietly, focused on being a ninja.
I'm joining the military police force.
The head promised me a squad leader post. With him gone, that promise still stands, right? The clansmen all respect me. In my spare time, I'll take Makoto to the training ground and guide talented youths in Sharingan usage.
As for Fugaku, I won't compete actively against him.
The third Hokage clapped happily.
Exactly what you should do.
Once your prestige spreads through the Uchiha and every clansman acknowledges you, the headship will naturally fall to you. The third stood, patting Hayashi's shoulder.
You must be tired. Go home and rest. I have high expectations, don't disappoint me.
Yes, sir. When Hayashi stepped out, the heavy snow had stopped. He stood in the drifting white, staring at the muted sun. Truthfully, he disliked the village's intrigue, but once involved, escape was impossible. From the moment his talent was revealed, he had walked a single log bridge. Turning back was not an option. Behind him, countless hands, intentional or not, pushed him toward their desired outcome.
Once it had been Uchihayama, now it was the third Hokage. Without sufficient strength, he could only endure and bide his time until he became clan head, Hokage, the strongest in the ninja world. But Hayashi, never forget why you refused to be as carefree as Tsunade. Standing in the snow, he murmured to himself, I want to make this world a better place. Just then, a commotion arose in the distance. Hey, kid, yes, you with the black hair. Hayashi looked up, glaring. Tired of living? I'm in the middle of training and you dare interrupt? Looking up, he realized it was two Umbu ninja. The one wearing a wild dog mask, ignoring Hayashi's murderous stare, said flippantly, we suspect you of colluding with Tsunade here to attack Lord Third Hokage, come with us. Hayashi rolled his eyes. Umbu brutality in broad daylight, somebody. The blonde ninja in a calico mask intervened, clapping a hand over Hayashi's mouth. Keep it down. If the captain hears, Nawaki and I will be scrubbing floors again. Did you even wash that hand? Hayashi spat, tugging off the mask. Minato, long time no see. Ha, Hayashi, I've missed you. Ignoring Umbu protocol, Minato spun and hugged him. Nawaki removed his mask, laughing. Hey, watch the PDA, save hugging for tonight at home. Hayashi punched Nawaki lightly, circling them. 2 years and you're still the shortest of us three, ha. Up yours, I'm a late bloomer, Nawaki snapped. The three joked around a while, then strolled down the street together. Seen Makoto and the others? Nawaki nodded. While you visited the Hokage, we checked on Makoto and company. Minato teased, you clearly visited Nono first, saying you didn't care if you saw Hayashi, he could wait. Hayashi clicked his tongue. Knew it, Nawaki values girls over pals. Minato's the one who cares. Nawaki suddenly asked, hey, where's Kushina? She said she'd come see you. Hayashi shook his head. Before I left, she promised to visit once she became Jonin. I'm back, she isn't promoted yet, and she's too embarrassed to face me. We'll see her eventually. First rounds on me? Minato's eyes lit up. On a day this cold, drinks first. Tonight we'll grab Makoto and the others for barbecue. Nawaki nodded, hurled his mask skyward, and yelled, the three heroes of Konoha assembled. Hayashi watched a flock of crows scatter, deadpanning, what the heck is the three heroes of Konoha? Our team name. Konoha's 3 Sannin is already taken by Jiraiya's gang, so we're claiming the title first. Hayashi nodded. It sounded reasonable, all greats had 3 heroes titles. Look up _Zeph on Patreon to get access to chapters in advance. Chapter 374, Secrets of the Underground. 851 words. The cold, dark underground facility was a labyrinth of winding corridors, stacked and layered in confusing complexity. Finding anything here without a guide would be nearly impossible. Yet Uchiha Shin moved with certainty, navigating past dead ends and twists, heading straight for his destination. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed along the corridors, one after another, until Shin reached a heavy door. He paused, then pushed it open. Inside, the dim light barely revealed the room's contents, but one figure was unmistakable, Orochimaru, clad in his usual kimono and white coat, absorbed in his work. You're back, Orochimaru said casually, as if greeting a family member who had returned from a short trip. Yeah, Shin replied, matching his tone. Why move the lab? The old one was still there, but its security was too weak. Unsuitable for sensitive experiments. Shin nodded. The new laboratory was indeed far more secure, an intruder would easily become lost. His eyes drifted across the room, and he froze. Rows of massive containers were filled with preserved bodies in formaldehyde. No wonder Orochimaru required secrecy. Human experimentation was well beyond the limits of any village's laws. Can you hand me the scalpel over there? The one next to you. Which one? Number 2, extended. Shin donned gloves, approached the table, and passed the scalpel to Orochimaru,
who bent over once more, dissecting the corpse on the operating table. Shin had seen similar focus elsewhere, Jiraiya when spying, Tsunade when engrossed in strategy. From a certain perspective, the Sannin were all the same, just working in different fields. He leaned closer, observing the dissected body. From the white hair and jagged teeth, it was unmistakably a member of the Hozuki clan. Danzo was really pulling out all the stops, Shin remarked. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. How do you know he sent it? Kirigakure has been sealed off for the past 2 years. Capturing Hozuki clan members would be impossible for ordinary Umbu, only Root could accomplish it. Orochimaru nodded. I find the water release techniques fascinating, that's why he procured one for me. Shin shook his head. It's more than that. Danzo isn't giving up intelligence on Kirigakure. He's killing 2 birds with 1 stone, though the cost must be heavy. Orochimaru laughed softly. Losses are irrelevant to us. It's his subordinates who pay the price. But this is nominally for you, master. Surely he demanded something in return? Orochimaru's lips curved slightly. He invited me to join Root. Did you accept? No, Orochimaru replied calmly. Shin knew, however, that his sensei was tempted. The Orochimaru before him was no longer the virtuous Konoha youth of 2 years past. Immersed in forbidden techniques and human experimentation, he grew impatient with the trivialities of village life. What he desired most was freedom, an unrestricted environment for research, and a life unbothered by rules. He sought to master all ninjutsu, to uncover all truths of the world. Could the third Hokage comprehend this ambition? Could he support it? But Danzo could. Regardless of whether this relationship was mutually exploitative, Danzo's support was genuine. Orochimaru merely hinted at a need, and Danzo sent a preserved Hozuki body without hesitation, even at great cost. The price was merely an invitation to join Root. Even Orochimaru, as brilliant as he was, found this tempting. But he did not immediately abandon the third Hokage. A backup only becomes primary once the main option is removed. Shin's task was to prevent Orochimaru from straying too far. Their sensei-disciple bond was undeniable, and Konoha still needed Orochimaru's genius. Even under Naruto's eventual rule, Orochimaru's research would become legitimate, his contributions valuable. Shin needed to entice him back, and he had something significant prepared. With a flick of his fingers, a small glass vial arced beautifully through the air. Master, a gift for you. Orochimaru caught it, staring in astonishment. Inside were 2 eyes preserved in saline. Sharingan? These are Mangekyo Sharingan, evolved from the standard 3-tomo. Orochimaru's golden eyes gleamed unnaturally. He had always assumed the 3-tomo Sharingan represented its peak, but now it seemed he had underestimated its potential. He had long wondered why the likes of Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage were regarded as legends. He had seen the Valley of the End, where even ordinary ninjutsu could not replicate its destruction. The Uchiha and Senju clans had untapped potential, hidden from the world. Now, with the Mangekyo Sharingan before him, Orochimaru understood his knowledge had been superficial. Shin observed his master's excitement, noting it was like a young man exposed to something previously forbidden, a thrill impossible to hide. Originally, Itachi would have sparked this interest, but now Shin played that role. His purpose was clear. The system could enhance Hayashi's talent, allowing mastery over any ninjutsu, but it could not awaken the Rinnegan. Orochimaru, however, could. In the ninja world, some believed in bloodlines, others in spirit, body, eyes, or sheer effort. Orochimaru believed in science. Shin hoped Orochimaru would unlock dormant power through genetic research, abilities the ninja world had never realized. This was the power of the Otsutsuki. Chapter 375, Ambitions. 803 words. When not immersed in research, Orochimaru was an undeniably fascinating conversationalist. His knowledge spanned countless fields, his skills considerable, and, best of all, he spoke directly and without pretense. That's probably what makes someone so captivating. No wonder Jiraiya likes Snake Dude so much, Hayashi murmured quietly to himself.
Noticing the time, Orochimaru removed his white coat and asked, "Haven't you eaten yet?" "Not yet," Hayashi replied. "Good, there's a small kitchen inside. We'll make do here." Hayashi followed, eyes widening. "There's a kitchen in the lab?"
When he pushed open the wooden door, the sight shocked him. The so-called kitchen was minimal, a wooden table, 2 stools, and a corner stacked high with instant noodles.
"We're eating this for lunch?" "Yeah, a quick bite." "What's wrong?" Hayashi sighed, reconsidering his earlier admiration.
This wasn't refined living, it was the humble existence of a research-obsessed recluse, a dedicated ninja scientist surviving on instant noodles.
The mountain of food could have lasted a year.
He pulled a scroll from his bag.
"Let's eat mine. I brought some bento boxes." Orochimaru glanced at the instant noodles with a hint of regret. "All right then."
The table was small, just enough for the 2 of them.
Orochimaru picked up a chicken roll, took a bite, and commented, "Makoto's cooking is improving."
Hayashi stuffed a rice ball into his mouth, muttering, "Sensei, don't just envy me."
"Have you ever considered your personal life?" Orochimaru smiled faintly.
When I was young, I admired 1 or 2, well, maybe 2 or 3 female ninjas. Later, I realized I prefer ninjutsu.
Hayashi tilted his head. "Then, have you ever thought about having a child?" "Never.
If necessary, I can cultivate one myself using cloning techniques."
"Right.
More than a spouse or children, I need an assistant now, someone to help with experiments."
"I cannot manage alone." Danzo suggested a few, but I rejected them all. Hayashi raised an eyebrow. "He wanted to steal your techniques?" "More than that. He wanted to know what I'm researching."
I requested forbidden techniques before, which probably made him cautious.
"Forbidden techniques?" Orochimaru sipped his red tea and asked, "Have you heard of impure world reincarnation?" Hayashi shook his head.
The technique was rare, its knowledge restricted across the ninja world.
Any claim of familiarity would have been difficult to explain. Orochimaru's eyes glimmered. "This ninjutsu summons the souls of deceased ninjas, restoring them in living bodies. Such a thing exists?" "Indeed. Unfortunately." Orochimaru sighed.
The 3rd Hokage has hidden this technique, along with the first Hokages would release and many other forbidden techniques. Ordinary shinobi have no access. If anyone in Konoha can wield them, it is Danzo.
"Does he really hold that much power?" Orochimaru chuckled.
The 3rd Hokage trusts root to Danzo, which shows his confidence in that man, indulges him, even.
Hayashi nodded, understanding. Such trust is forged over decades, unshakable by ordinary shinobi. One could call it nepotism, yet the alternative, handing power to disobedient subordinates, would be disastrous. Finishing his tea, Orochimaru said, "The main reason I want impure world reincarnation is to explore immortality." "You have ideas about immortality?" Hayashi asked.
"Yes," Orochimaru said seriously. "The human body inevitably decays, but the soul is different.
Uninjured, it can persist indefinitely.
If I transfer it to a young, healthy body repeatedly, I may achieve eternal life." He had pondered this for years.
Theoretically, there was no flaw, the challenge lay in execution.
A related ninjutsu, spirit transformation technique, could separate spiritual energy and manifest it into another's body, but its duration was short.
Impure world reincarnation could overcome this limitation, anchoring the soul permanently in a new body.
Hayashi watched, admiration filling his eyes. Orochimaru was a ninja realizing his ambitions through intellect and effort, independent of bloodlines. Self-evolution was his path. With enough time, even a being like Kagaya might not surpass him.
A fascinating concept, Hayashi said thoughtfully.
Immortality intrigued him, though he was more captivated by the indestructible potential Kagaya displayed.
Orochimaru's smile was wry. "Don't assume it's simple, execution is tricky."
"With my current knowledge, mastering spirit transformation or impure world reincarnation is nearly impossible." All this exists only in theory, for now. Yet patience was no shortage for a researcher like Orochimaru. He rose, calmly producing a small bottle of red liquid.
This is a joint softening agent.
Clinical trials are complete, no adverse reactions.
Usage instructions are in the scroll. Use it if you wish. Hayashi nodded, placing the bottle carefully in his ninja bag.
It's a pity it cannot be mass-produced, Orochimaru sighed.
Hayashi touched the bottle thoughtfully. Could I really waste something so valuable on myself?
This potion was a tool for unlocking countless opportunities, a weapon of potential unlike anything else. If you want to read more, there are up to 100 chapters available on Patreon.
Patreon.com/F. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.